for the society. And the growing population, women are growing more than men. And it's become very important for women to prepare herself to lead the world. Focus, how can we develop the women? How innovation can help? How can we be more creative? How can we be more sustainable? How we can create the woman opportunity? How a woman can be her own boss? How can she convert her dreams into a reality?
Good morning, and what a lovely introduction. It reminded a lot of memories. I welcome you at the live conference on Berkeley platform, Women CFO Conference 2025. 10 years of celebrations today. We have completed 10 years promoting the leadership and entrepreneurship in women. That's a great achievement for Berkeley, and I want to thank everyone for joining us today. And I want to thank in the beginning a few people which are very instrumental to make these conferences really up and run. And we'll start with the Berkeley Middle East and Berkeley Voice of Global Women, Berkeley Investor Club. All three combinedly works across the globe to combine the speakers which are joining all over the world and supporting women as a cause for the leadership. We're preparing women for future leadership. It has been forecasted that in a couple of years you will have more women and less men. So from now onwards, we need to work hard or to prepare women to lead. So when the time comes, they are already leaders. Today we have a very interesting set of speakers. Um, I appreciate your time and contribution to this course. And today is an interesting day in a way that the CFOs are getting the expectations from CFOs getting higher and higher, and technology is also changing. So you have ChatGPT, you have other kind of platform who are behaving like human beings. These are man-made machines who work like a brain. And so how to integrate the artificial intelligence in in a way that can contribute towards the organizational success. That's what is the challenge, and I'm going to ask the speakers today about their views of latest development and technologies. So let's say like our the top CFOs, what they say. I'll show you in the presentation. Now, so let's see the global CFOs. When I say global, so we're talking about the multinational companies who are successfully running the show. And we'll start the first. Brian. Brian says he is the CEO of Bank of America. It's very important that we develop a chemistry between CEO and CFO so they can work together. So capital is no longer the constraint, the leadership is. And that's somehow true. We saw in the practical life that we have a lot of qualified people. When you sit and interview with them and you find that they are very good in reporting, maybe taxation or management accounting or maybe technology, but when it comes to lead looking forward, our strategic thinking, it sometimes lacks in the candidate. So it's really important that we look into the leadership aspect for the CFOs. General Motor is a big name, and the CEO at the moment is Mary Bra. And what she says, we win when we have the courage to lead and the wisdom to collaborate. So, building a team, leading, and showing your wisdom to collaborate different resources on strategic operational level is really important for winning best combination of CFO. SoftBank, Mr. Sun, he says bold visions need bold partners. So sometimes in the constraints, you have to take the bold decisions. That's really impactful for the CFOs. Sarah, who is the chairperson of Saudi Arabian Stock Exchange, one of the very leading women in Saudi Arabia. We must acknowledge that the woman in Middle East is demonstrating her capabilities and leading the organization from the front. So she said we have to think big, act boldly, and build for generations, not quarters. That's really important. Um, this kind of woman who has this kind of vision, think boldly, think big, act boldly is really important for the women CFOs. Obviously, men is already bold. They have been exposed to the real world over the years. But in terms of women, it's pretty new. Not long, we are encouraging women for workplace, equal opportunities for them, and leading them to the leadership role. That's something the world is now transforming, and this is really important. Now, I just want to go forward and we'll highlight some projects which Berkeley Voice of Global Women is doing, and your support is really important in that. So, this year we have announced the first Women and Children Health Center, which is for the developing countries. So, all of us, we are working hard to make this initiative possible. And these kind of hospitals and clinics, they are going to work on women and children health. Same time, we already have started the girls' schools, which are online. So the girls who can't afford, even they can afford, they can join us and online anywhere you are. Doesn't matter which culture, race, or color you belongs to. You're most welcome to join this school, which is promoting the world-class education amongst the kids, girls, and the women. So these two projects are really important to go forward, and your obviously support is with us, and things are moving more faster. So the CFO conference today is going to be very dynamic. We have a lot of topics, and we have invited the most senior caliber or available globally. And I want to thank you for joining us today. So with this, we will move towards the first speaker of the day, and I want to introduce you the this woman is really dynamic, belongs to United Arab Emirates, and she has herself demonstrated over the year that a woman in Gulf is really capable, very dynamic, and having full of leadership abilities. In terms of opportunities in the West, where the woman is already privileged and education is already available, and the work is waiting for them at the workplace because the opportunities already exist. Uh, their woman plays a good role, but the countries where the woman was in the home before, and now they are coming in the work fields, and this lady Emirati is one of the leading women in the United Arab Emirates. She is a banker. She is working for the government, Chamber of Commerce, and a couple of boards. She is the member of giving strategic vision of various matters. And the most important part is that she has been associated with Berkeley since over a decade and supporting all the women here who join us on regular basis. Please welcome Her Excellency Arifa Al Falahi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today, again, with Barclays, Middle East, the voice of women in the world, we are again in the Women CFO Conference in the city of life, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Myself is Arif Al Falahi, the board of director for ACT Chamber of Commerce and the other companies in the UAE. So before we go and talk about the topic today, let me introduce myself. I'm a lady of Ras Al Khaimah, one of the 7 Emirates. I'm very proud to be a UAE female woman who has presented the identity of UAE females in the community of RAC and the United Arab Emirates. I worked in the banking field for the last 25 years, and I proudly can say that I was the first female woman who leaded the role of the bank manager in the Emirates of Ras Al Khaimah, which was the male dominated role. And proudly, I can say that that position took me to the next level of my career progression. And today I work for 10 companies, 7 of them as a board of director, and the rest I work as a consultant for them. So being in the city of Ras Al Khaimah, I have been nominated by the ruler of Ras Al Khaimah to become BRAC Chamber of Commerce board member. And this is my 4th cycle, and each cycle is 3 years. So completed my 9 years, and this is again 3 years forward. So I hope that I can make justice to this identity, to give that advices that make and boom the economy of the entrepreneurs in the Emirates of Ras Al Khaimah. And I can proudly say that because of these positions, I have been working with other companies in Ras Al Khaimah as a board of director, like RAC Chamber of Commerce under the umbrella of RAC Bank. I work for RAC SME, for UAE national entrepreneurs, taking care of them, advising them in their new startups. I also work for Al Mataf Heritage Company or Association, and I work for Emirates. I work for, the Viral Scan in Dubai. I work as a chairperson for Expo Ras Al Khaimah, taking care of the events, exhibitions, conferences in Ras Al Khaimah. And I also work with the other entities like Higher College of Technologies and giving them advices and the majors that they can implement or they can give the students as programs that can build their future career. Being a banker, it was not an easy thing in my life because I came from a city which it was a conservative a little bit compared to other Emirates in the United Arab Emirates. However, what made me so passionate about it is because of the studies I have taken in the Higher College of Technology. My major came into this field because I have done my financial service and banking program in the Higher College of Technology, where I did my higher diploma in that. Then I did my bachelor and master degree in the business administration. That all helped me to shape my knowledge, skills, to make me a good performer in the field of banking, finance, and business. And again, as a great leader, helping the peers, helping the staff, the employees, and my colleagues to work as a team to achieve the goals of the organizations. I'm a person who never believed that a woman should be isolated or a woman should do a classical job or a routine job. I feel Allah made us in a way that we can perform any task that can be complicated, can be difficult, can be skills-based roles. However, we just needed the support of the family, the society, and the people around us. And especially when it comes to a woman position, we need the support from our males, brothers, colleagues, and leaders of the country. And I was so blessed to be a UAE national who's working in those environment and those sectors, which was quite difficult at that time to give such roles for a woman, and especially in those senior roles. But the belief of our government leaders who believe that the woman can make difference, a woman can be the half of the society, but she only need a support and she need a proper education foundation. And that's why our late ruler of the UAE, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan, Allah yarhamah, he was emphasizing in the women's education. And today, after the Union of United Arab Emirates and after the so many years of that passion vision, today we have 98% education literacy, which means our women are so much educated that they can be enrolled in any of the roles and positions in the United Arab Emirates. But let's speak about the very critical sector when it comes to finance. It's not easy to hire a normal person because we need certain qualification, certain skills, certain effort. Because in finance, you need people who know how to calculate, to analyze numbers, percentages, who know how to influence, negotiate, and make a proper decision. And that's all happened because the way that the UAE has changed the education system from a classical standard routine to more advanced skills-based education. And here what it came that when the finance subjects came to the Higher College of Technology, and I was lucky to be one of those students who had been graduated in that program, it opened up the sky for us. Because at that time, very rare organizations were having the specialized students came up from the university schools who have a finance background and knowledge. I was so lucky that I got my job while I was studying my last program or last course in the program in the Higher College of Technology. And here my journey started with the progress, with the success, with the belief from the people around me that if she studied finance, she could be a person who can fit in the role of the leadership. Because to be a good leader, you should know how to analyze the numbers, how to read the balance sheets, how to read the numbers around you. Because if you don't have these critical skills, you won't be a good leader to give a good decision to make this organization or any of the organizations successful. Because the main skills of the leader has to be a good visionary, a good analytical, a good negotiator, and again, a good people management guy who knows how to manage his team, guiding them and lead them with his skills and passion at the same time. So when it comes to UAE, and I'm talking about my experience, if I go 20, 30 years back, it was quite rare and difficult to see women in the financial sector. But today, when it comes to UAE in 2025, if you go around, you will be seeing that we have a group head, a CEO. She's a UAE national. And if you go to many of the CEOs in some of the organizations like banks, again, there is a woman. And when it comes to banking field, if you go to any of the departments, you will see a UAE national. I'm not talking only about the UAE national. I'm talking about why I would love to refer to UAE national, but it was because it was quite rare to see a woman who are local and UAE national to join such organization for such roles. But today, with our other nationalities, UAE ladies are breaking that mindset, breaking that, and breaking the things to make it easy for herself. So if you if you go and check any of the organizations, I'm not talking only about the finance, I'm talking about almost all the organizations, whether they are private, whether they are government, or you can even see the entrepreneurs or a businesswoman. They are basically good enough to understand the finance, to run the businesses, to run the departments, to run the organizations with their knowledge and skills. And why women? Why they think that the woman can do it? I feel the woman has many other factors which help her to be a good leader in these departments and in these organizations. Working with her, male colleagues. I feel like because she is a multitask, she can do many things at the same time. And I believe that many of us, they would agree about this statement that the UAE national and with the other nationalities, when it comes to women, they believe that the woman can do far better because she is multitask. She can do many things at the same time, where a man just focus in one task. Once he finished, he goes to other one. But that's the, we call it, it's how the woman has been, يعني it has been gifted such thing from the God, that she can focus on many things at the same time, and she efficiently does her work in a very satisfactory manner. And there is another thing that a woman can, or other factors that help the woman to perform her task, is her patient. She's a very patient person. She is a people person, and she has that emotional intelligence skills will help her to know how to get communicated with her peers, customers, the seniors, with her leaders, with the community. She's very good in communicating, and that's because of her feeling. And what I know, that the most successful leaders today of the countries they are in that successful stage because they are well-spoken person with emotional intelligence. They know how to grab the attention. They know how to lead the people with their passion, with their lectures, with their advices. And that's why these people, they are selected, because they are influential public figures. So woman has that skills by birth. She's gifted with that thing. So, and woman, she likes to deliver efficient work. She won't be satisfied unless she deliver a good job. And that's make her, again, under that pressure, competing her male colleagues in most of the roles and the organizations. So coming back to the CFO conference, where they are talking about the women, especially in the Emirates of Dubai and UAE, I'm very glad to see that women are performing her role in a very satisfactory manner. And in the UAE, you can see there are women who are taking the good roles when it comes to when they are ministers, or when they are in a federal council membership, or when they are as ambassadors. They are representing UAE in most of the countries in the world, where these figures were very low years back. Like if you have noticed that the National Federal Council, they are giving them a 50% chance to enroll themselves in the council compared to their male colleagues, then again, it's a trust of the government that the women can equally deliver a good job, a good task, a good work, that they are really believe in her work and talents. And this is what the woman proved nowadays. And when it comes to business, when you see around us, there is 50,000 UAE national businesswomen who are running a business of 50 billion dirhams. And again, it's not a small number. And when we say the woman who is doing that great effort to change the things, they are no more working in the old-fashioned government roles. They are also participating in a business, running their own businesses. They are changing the things. And when it comes to fashion, they are very good. When it comes to catering, they are very good. When they are running the businesses around us, they are very good. So woman, basically, I believe she put the flavors, when she works in any of the organization. You can't imagine having a work in any of the companies, and you don't see your, female colleagues or sister around you, because she is so humble, decent, and take care of every single thing, which makes everyone around her happy and satisfied. She knows how to tackle the issues. She knows how to give a proper decision. She is happy to ensure that everyone is happy around her. She is even good to make the atmosphere so friendly uh, and a family environment that make everyone work with peace, even if they are under the intensive pressure. So I feel when a woman can be a CEO and a CFO of her home, taking care of the children, husband, and everyone when it comes to finance, when it comes to managing expenses, when it comes to guiding and taking care of everyone, teaching the student, the children. I believe women can do anything anywhere. It's just a matter of a time, the confidence level that she should be in, support from the people around her, especially from it should start from the family. If family support her, whether they are, the husband, the son, the father, the brother, then I believe that cascade to the community, to the society. And it is very important that the vision of the or the strategy that the leaders of the government or the country that plays, where they don't differentiate between the man and a woman unless they see their capability, unless they see their skills, their education background. However, being in UAE, we are so blessed that we have never been differentiated between a man and woman. We are equally treated when it comes to education, when it comes to rights. We basically today feel that we are getting enough and more attention because of the results they have seen for the last couple of years. Women has started competing the males in their jobs, in their roles. And it's really become a very competitive and a very healthy competition where it never used to be that 20 years ago. But today I can feel that I will not be differentiated when it comes to pricing and packages, when it comes to the roles, when it comes to delivering it or handing over the task and delegating the task. I don't see any problem in that because it's only about your skills and what results you are giving to the organization. So I always believe that the woman can do magic. And what's great about that, today in 2025, it's not the woman in UAE, I believe it's across the world, that she's getting that validation, appreciation in her work. And I feel like a woman, if she has been given the platform, she would deliver. She just need a proper education, a trust, and the support from everyone around her. So if I will talk about the woman's involvement and the effort or her influence in the finance sector, it will be a lot to share and talk. But I feel like I have been given a very limited time to share my experiences in this field. So I would love to say that thank you so much, Barclays Middle East. Thank you, Dr. Musa and his team. And thank you everyone who believed in the woman and who believed in Arif Al-Falahi, that she can be a part of this conference and all the conferences, whether it was in the past or in the coming future, that we can, and we hope that we can add a lot of value where people or audiences, they can get benefit of. So thank you so much and have a wonderful day. مع السلامة.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency. Your comments are always appreciated, and your support is really important for Berkeley and myself. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards the next speaker of the day, who is an amazing person, a great, successful careered chartered accountant, and very instrumental for impacting the society at large. He has transformed the educational structure for chartered accountancy, especially in Pakistan. He has brought a high level of equivalency for the programs, and with his own vision and effort. This speaker is very close to my heart in so many ways, The first way is, of course, his contribution to the community, the society, and in terms of his personal dynamics, he's a chartered accountant from Pakistan, from England, from a CPA from USA, and a chartered accountant from Canada. He has been in very instrumental roles, mainly the International Federation, IFAC board. He remained on a technical advisory, and obviously he is heading the Council for Institute of Chartered Accountant in Pakistan. Please welcome Muhammad Makbul. Assalamu alaikum, sir. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Walaikum Assalam, Dr. Saab, thank you very much. And I also thankful to your team who has included me in the list of speakers.
So, pleasure is always mine, and I'm going to give you the mic for the speech of the day. Please go ahead.
Okay, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. As I said earlier, I'm very much thankful to the team of Berkeley and my dear friend Dr. Musa for providing me the opportunity to be here at this forum of CFO Women CFO Forum. I was listening to Dr. Arfa, and basically my today's presentation relate to the CFO role in technologically advanced business environment. And I was listening her, and I was thinking that she has one advantage as a speaker, and she is also woman. And in my case, so I cannot make I cannot justify unless I first speak about the role of women in accounting and finance profession. I was looking at the annual population survey of US, and which is quarterly published, and the finance professional in UK account to 41.1% the female, and also in the female when we go in detail, so we see charter content and certified content. If we take that number, 44.6% are women, and the when we look at the finance and investment analyst list, 37.5% are women, and when we look at the taxation experts, 45.3% are the women, and we look at the bookkeeping and the payroll manager role, and nearly 70% are the women. And then if you look at the woman role as a board member globally, and about exactly if I speak today, it's about 28% are on the board are the women. And what the benefit they bring to the board is basically wherever they are as a board member, open discussion take place, and the greater participation is there, and there's always a reducing level of board level conflict, and the quality of discussion go very up, and the sustainability matter get well addressed. And the survey also shows the performance of those companies where they have a larger number of women on the board outperform the other companies. This is what I can say uh, before I start my presentation to
That's
highlight the role of the woman in this accounting and finance profession. So now when I go to my presentation of today, and because Dr. Musa has introduced me, which is enough, and I don't want to take my time to that side. I just want to straight away want to come to the presentation. The you see the CFO role has been a finance focused role traditionally. Before I speak what is the today's expectation, let me talk about the traditional role of the CFO. His traditional role is a finance focused person, and which role centers on managing the financial health, financial reporting, and compliance of in an organization. This traditional role is basically a role of a financial steward in an organization, which is very much focused on control, compliance, and financial health. And the traditional role ensures that the company operates within its means, meet obligations in time, and build trust through transparent financial reporting. So if we dive down to this role, we can see which is the first role comes in is the financial reporting and compliance side. The CFO ensures accurate and timely preparation of financial statement in accordance with the applicable accounting framework. We call it accounting standard like IFRS or GAAP. GAAP is in US and the certain other selected jurisdiction, but rest of the world is on the IFRS. His role is also oversee the statutory audit is conducted smoothly in time, and also ensure the regulatory compliance such as holding the board meeting, AGMs, and filing. Although responsibilities of the chairman for holding the board meeting, but he is the person who supports in all these functions in the board meeting, holding the AGM, and also filing the required document or accounts with the regulatory authorities. And he also manages the internal control in the organization, which result in reducing the risk of fraud and errors. Right? As far as the fraud is concerned, there's always a debate who is responsible more, auditors or the management. So basically, it's a well settled now case that the auditor is not a bloodhound, is watchdog. So the ensuring that frauds and error do not take place mostly go on the shoulder of the management of the company. But auditors still have to designing his test and procedure has to look for the apparent and material frauds which are there in the reporting record or in the system. So, but role is different. It's not if a fraud took place. Normally, people say it's a failure of the auditor. It is not so. There's a lot of expectation gap. Every profession has to work very much with have putting in the effort to remove this expectation gap. Wherever the fraud, the auditor is normally blamed. A company failure doesn't mean the failure of the audit, right? It could be one of the factors, but it's not the case. And then the second role is the budgeting and forecasting. The CFO need to lead the annual budgeting process and regular financial forecasting. Every organization undertake this exercise to stay disciplined and within the parameters. And his role is to analyze variance between the actual and budgeted performance. And he is required to guide departments in aligning the spending with the strategic goals. So when we say department, there are three kind of department. We all know that the cost center, profit center, investment center. So in all these department, his role is to align the spending with the strategic goals. And what are the strategic goals? Normally, we know that the growth, efficiency, customer satisfaction, innovation, and financial performance, and ERG related, which are non-financial KPIs, that they has to be delivered. They are major strategic goals. Time is not that much with me that I have to go each and everything in. But I like to remind you the everything which is within the role of the CFO. And the next is the treasury management. Can I have the next slide, please? The treasury management and the cash flow management is the next thing, which is with the let me myself. Okay, so CFO and team manage the liquidity, cash flow, and working capital to ensure the operational stability of the organization. Right? When we go to cash flow, we know as a accountant there are three types of cash flow: operating cash flow, financing cash flow, investing cash flow. Okay. So working capital we know consists of mainly of the stock, debtors, and creditors, and they have to do best management of the debtors, best management of stock, and also paying the creditor in time, also availing the available time without going into a risk of a reputation loss, right? This the working capital, and they also have to ensure banking relationship, very important area. They have to have a good relationship with bankers, and also they have to do the management of their investments and the debt. They need to manage them well. Okay, and the CFO need to ensure that the organization can meet the short-term and long-term financial obligation. A very short term, we know creditor payment, dividend payment, overdraft with staying with the limit, and when it comes to long term, term loan, bonds, payment of principal at the maturity date, and paying the interest regularly, debentures and leases, paying the installment on leases, operating a finance leases. I'm talking about IFR 16 at this moment. And then the next role is cost control and financial discipline, bringing this in, implementing cost saving measures and promoting the financial efficiency in the organization. There's a difference between the cost control and cost reduction. We should know as a, there is a two thing, as controlling and reducing, and the achieving the high level of contribution. And we know that what is the contribution, sale price minus variable cost, having this the highest one, because this will result ultimately in the size of the bottom line, which is the margin at the end. So they need to evaluate all kind of expenditure, particularly capital allocation and return on investment on all major projects undertaken by the organization. They need to monitor the overheads level, and we know two kind of overheads, variable, fixed overheads, and they need to monitor those overheads and margin to be also monitored to protect the profitability of the organization. So contribution minus these overheads will result into the profitability of the organization. And the next role of the CFO is the let me risk management is a very important role of the identifying and mitigating the financial risk, including currency risk, interest rate risk, and the credit risk. We all know there are various techniques to manage the currency risk: direct technique, indirect technique. There's option, there's a forward, there's a future, right? This kind of there's option, swaption. This kind of techniques you need to be very much knowing what hedging technique he need to use, he or she. I'm sorry. I should say she should use, right? I change my words, and she should know that interest rate management, risk management in the interest of floating rate, fixed rate, what kind of technique to blend that so that the risk is well managed. Credit risk is basically risk in default. They need to have a credit control. They need to manage the level of the bad debts, and they need to accelerate the recovery of the receivable. This all is the role of the CFO and his team. And the her team works with the insurance providers and legal team, and also the compliance team. They also have to take them on board, question them, see they are working according to a deadline, according to the target, and overseeing the enterprise risk assessment and financial contingency plan should be there. Let me talk about the risk assessment. There's a first is the risk is identifying the risk, assessing the risk, prioritizing the risk, and treating the risk. When it comes to assessing, they need to look at the impact and likelihood of the anything going wrong and going out of parameter. And treating the risk is the 4T we normally call it, which is terminating, tolerating, treating, and transferring the risk. And we, as a finance profession, know these techniques are need to be used. And when we come to the risk, type of risk, there's a financial risk, there's operational risk, there's a compliance risk, there's a reputational risk. So these are the risks need to be managed. You cannot leave any risk unaddressed. And the contingency is the plan A, plan B, plan C. We know all that. That's the contingency plan. And the next, I have taken forward quickly. Okay. And the next is the Tax planning ensures the compliance with the tax laws and timely filing of the tax return. Otherwise, there would be penalties. And the overseeing the corporate tax planning, very important area. Optimizing the company tax position, purpose is that. And very much is now next is the transfer pricing is a big issue in the world now. They should be knowing very well the role of knowing the role of managing the transfer pricing and according to the law, global and local law. And the indirect taxes, this comes this VAT, this comes the customs, comes the excise duty there, and also international tax matter. If the branches are, if the subsidies are world over, as then this is a matter of looking at the tax internationally. Although he would be having in the team the tax people working for him, but overall responsibility of her as a CFO. And then board and stakeholder communication is a very important area of like preparing the board level financial summaries and reports so that the strategic and decision making can take place in the board based on those information. And also she serves as a financial spokesperson to the investors, regulators, auditors, and analysts. These four classes of the user need to be there, addressed by her as a spokesperson of the company, conveying the information and supporting the corporate governance and shareholder value creation. You know, where shareholder value creation, maximizing the wealth of the shareholder is called the, and there are many uh, challenges in that. Many aspects are involved in getting the maximization of shareholder wealth. And when it's a corporate governance, so CFO is a man, a woman, which need to attend every board meeting, part of the board, right? And board responsibility is and corporate governance, right composition of the board, financial reporting which should be accurately and timely, and internal control system should be strong and reliable, and the formulation of various requirement. The board has to make various policies. This is the my colleagues, the role of the CFO. It is not going away, it's staying, but it's getting enhanced. It is getting reshaped due to technology. I cannot delete any of the role out of the list I discussed. Now, technology is reshaping it, bringing the new challenges there. The chief financial officer in a technology advanced business uh, has a significantly expanded and strategic role as compared to finance focused role, which I already discussed. So let's quickly look at the effect of technology on the role of the CFO. So, okay, the first is the digital transformation. A CFO has to be a strategic partner in digital transformation, which means aligning the financial strategy with the digital initiative and innovation goals. Okay, that's the first thing. So already there was an innovation requirement, and one of the goals, one of the thing was the innovation, and now harshen the technology, leverage on the technology to achieve that goal. Participate in technology investment decisions. There are a lot of decisions related to technologies are being made by the organization, such as whether they should want to go for cloud computing, to what extent they want to leverage AI, to what extent they want to go for automation, and what extent they want to use the analytics. These are major decisions. Now, the CFO has to partner in making this decision, and she helps building a business case and measure the return on investment on major digital projects. That's there, but they should not be loss-making projects. They should be bringing the benefit, and they should be bringing the plus for the organization. That's the responsibility. People look at every project in different way, but the CFO always look at from this way as well. What the return on investment on that? Okay, the next is the data-driven decision making. Decision making, you saw already at board level, a lot of decision on the basis of summary and report produced by the CFO are taking place. Now, technology is bringing in data-driven. decision-making requirement, which lead to adoption of advanced analytics. One is the simple analytics, other is the advanced analytics. AI to gain real-time insight and make a decision on the basis of real-time the data and things. Drive performance through predictive modeling, scenario planning, and risk analysis. So, what is the scenario planning is? That's the plan A, B. If circumstance doesn't prevail, so they make a scenario analysis already in advance. So, like a flexible budgeting, we heard in a traditional way, the flexible budgeting. The situation prevail, we go to the near to the that situation, whatever budget lies, and we make a quick decision rather than start updating the budget at that time. Similarly, scenario planning is looking at all proposition, challenges, and situation can arise and making the decision and plan A, plan B, plan C on the basis of that. Overseeing the integration of big data platform and with the, one is the data, use of data for analytics. One is the big data platform. This is the large and complex data set need to be analyzed. That's called the big data platform. Uh, I have to integrate with the financial system. And next is the technology technology integration in financial function. So for already finance function, we have discussed data credit management, data management, and stock management, cash flow. We have already discussed that. So the CFO need to champion the automation of finance process using the robotic process automation and the ERP. Okay, and enhance the efficiency and reduce the error in reporting, budgeting, forecasting, and compliance. They should be reliable, and that this technology can ensure they are reliable. They are latest. They are real-time basis. So decisions are taken in the right perspective. Ensure the cybersecurity and integrity of financial data. Two word I'm using, cybersecurity different than the integrity. Cybersecurity deal with the digital attack on system, network, and data. That's the cybersecurity. And the integrity of data is data get corrupt, data has errors, right? Data is not updated. That's the integrity of data. Data is old, data is dated. That's the integrity of data. So this is all has to be done by certain people, but the CFO need to partner with them. Next slide, I'll talk about that. Who he has to or she has to partner with. Innovation of business model. Understand how the digital platform and ecosystem affect the revenue model of the organization and the cost structure. Two things important. Bottom line depend on revenue stream, size of the revenue, and also the structure of the cost. What is fixed? What is variable? What is controllable? What is non-controllable? Knowing all that. Okay, so that's data can technology can help a lot. Evaluate new digital business opportunity such as subscription model like this SteamYard.com is the subscription model, and the digital services getting the service over the internet, and also blockchain based transaction. And blockchain is, I'm sure a lot of people have heard, this is the system where the movement of physical and digital asset from one to other party in the blockchain network where the nothing can be changed. A lot of ledgers are updated substantially. We know a little bit of that. So, and next is sustainability ESG, very relevant and upcoming thing, which is added. Added, it was not in the traditional role much. This is a non-financial KPI. Okay, lead to ESG by embedding non-financial metrics into performance tracking, using the technology to track and report ESG and sustainability data and information which should be accurate and transparent. This is, and now in this year, now my country, Pakistan, we are going to start the disclosure of the sustainability related S1, S2, IFRS from the next year, from the July 2025, we are starting, right? So this is where they need to bring in the technology role. So the information which is going to disclose that has to be accurate and transparent, and also oversee the assurance of ESG. That's another thing coming in. Assurance of ESG and sustainability data. It did not be any greenwashing. To avoid the greenwashing, ISA 5000 is already there, which is dealing with the assurance of the whoever is going to do assurance, whether a accountant or non-accountant. This audit standard has to be followed so that there should be a symmetry. Whichever profession is performing the role of assurance, right? Engineers or whoever, but so that the data integrity should be ensured. And the next is the governance, risk and compliance, GRC, very important area. You can use the technology, adapt the risk management to include cybersecurity threats, regulatory changes, and the data privacy. That's there. And also, she has to implement the tech-driven compliance tool to monitor the and report the risk in the real time. And we were talking about a lot of risk, reputation risk, compliance risk, operation risk, financial risk. We were talking about that. They're all technology can help. And the the more now thing is collaboration. You see, we always use the word agile way of working. What is this? I'm not going to little give a look at that. So mm, she need to build cross-functional partnership with the CIO, Chief Information Officer, CTO, Chief Technology Officer, and the Chief Data Officer. They are all partner now. And she, as a finance person alone, cannot perform anymore. Agile way of working does not allow that. So she need to champion a digitally savvy finance team by upskilling the staff. Very important area, upskilling the staff. People say capacity building. No capacity building. Already they know that. You need to upskill them and in the technology and use of analytics and encourage agile way of working and promote a culture of innovation. I was looking at the agile way of working. It is more collaboration, more communication, more and continuous improvement in the process system. That's the agile way of working. So this is now has to be a burden has to be taken up by her. When I say her, the CFO, woman CFO. I'm not exempting the men CFO, but this forum is a woman CFO. So we need to give due regard to this, that there's a large proportion of our female colleagues are performing the finance role. So that's why so CFO should engage with the uh, key technology, a modern CFO, okay, and the like ERP, cloud financial performance, and we have the SAP developed S4 HANA and the Oracle based cloud, and the AI and machine learning. Both are AI thing. Machine learning is also part of the AI for forecasting and analytics, and the blockchain and auditable in case of auditable transaction using the blockchain, and the robotic process automation for automating the routine task of the Department of Finance, accounting has to be taking place. Data visualization tools such as Power BI, Tableau has to be used. When we say visualization, mean designing and creating graphic and visual presentation of very useful information, right? So these are the things which are there. So before I just go to my conclusion, which is the next slide, I want to share with you the to how we can take a benefit of AI. Believe me, it's unmeasurable. I'll call it now Ammaji. Anyone asks me, I say, ask Ammaji, right? I myself asked Ammaji a lot of things, right? We should make a habit of involving learning, training the AI for our purpose. I give you the example, Dr. Musa, you are present here. I can see you, at least you are there. So my son, who has just moved to the Abu Dhabi, and he called me over the weekend and say, Dad, I'm looking at the IFRS 9, and this paragraph 5.4.3 says if there's a restructuring of the financial asset, then if it's a material, you have to de-recognize and record it fresh. If it's not a material, it's not exceeding the threshold of 10%, then you should leave it recorded. You don't recognize it, but you reprice it, you revalue it. And whatever the difference is, you take it to profit and loss account. He had two questions. He said, tell me, is it applicable to financial liability as well? Or just the financial asset? Because this paragraph talks about financial asset. So I said, son, I remember there is a something say equally applied to liability. He said, I could not find in IFRS 9. I said, maybe it was in IS 39, but then we searched in the IFRS 9. It was hard to find out. Then he said, I have shared with you the link. Please go to the link and see. So when I opened up the link, there was a paragraph saying that the IASB is not going to take this as an agenda item to say this is equally applicable to liability, but it is applicable to liability, financial liability as well. I said, okay, I know it's a date of March 2017 or something, but tell me, how did you find it? You was asking me the question, now sharing with me. He said, I asked Ammaji. So where is the source of this, that the financial asset can apply to financial liability as well in a second? Life has become so easy.
That's true.
Believe me, had I asked my technical department and I kept to look for that, they might have taken the days and
Mm.
right. That's what I'm giving example to my CFOs. It's a time to leverage the AI and various kind of the tools, technology available to make their job not only efficient but also effective as well. So now the last words I say have gone up than the time you allocated me. For that, I'm sorry in the beginning. The, the modern CFO no longer just the guardian of the purse. He's no longer number crunching man, no longer balancing the book man, a woman, right? And but a forward thinking strategist and technology and enabler. And they are instrumental in bridging the finance and technology to drive innovation, resilience, and competitive advantage. This is all our the task for us is now. We as a CFO have to perform on the expected line. Thank you very much, Dr. Mushal.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much for joining us today. There are a lot of things to learn and discuss, but of course, time doesn't permit. But we will definitely bother you again for a detailed discussion in our upcoming conferences. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, sir. Pleasure. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is an high level presentation you just heard. He was talking about IAS 32, 38, IFRS 7 and 9, which are quite close to my heart as an investment professional. And the complexity of these standards always create a big challenge for interpretation. And Mr. Maqbool is really an amazing person, and I always wish him a great, healthy life ahead. These kind of professionals are the legends of the chartered accountancy, and their presence in the profession is really impactful. And may God bless him with health and keep us enlightened with his knowledge. It was a very high level presentation. I'm very, very sure that the women CFO who will listen to all, because this program is going to be circulated in all over the world, and from states to Australia, all the people are going to hear it. So it is going to be a very cutting edge and a very competitive presentation for the day. So, with this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce you with the next speaker of the day, who is really amazing. This gentleman is one of the unique talents who is a certified public accountant from USA and a master's and PhD in management accounting, heading his accountancy profession firm in professional firm in Abu Dhabi since over 44 years experience he has. These kind of legends are always to learn, and my personal attachment is around 15 years. I've been watching him. He is a state level person. He represents Pakistani community in Middle East in a way that no one ever can serve close to it. A very dynamic, professional, very experienced person. Please welcome Dr. Kasser Anis.
Honorable guests, esteemed leaders, and inspiring women and men. Good morning. It's an honor to be part of the Women Conference 2025, a gathering that celebrates the strength, resilience, and limitless potential of women. I want to thank Dr. Musa Sheikh for inviting me to one of the speakers for today's conference. We are here not just to discuss change, but to drive it forward. The foundation of thriving society lies in education, healthcare, and economic empowerment. And it is our collective responsibility to ensure that every woman has access to these fundamental rights. Free education, unlocking possibilities. Education is the key to independence. When women are educated, they uplift families, strengthen communities, and fuel economies. Yet millions of women worldwide still face barriers to learning. We must advocate for accessible, free education, ensuring that no woman is denied the opportunity to dream, achieve, and lead. Healthcare, a right, not a privilege. A woman's health is not negotiable. It's a basic human right. Access to quality healthcare ensures that women can thrive, work, and contribute without fear of preventable illness. We must push for free healthcare programs, prioritizing maternal health, mental well-being, and preventive care. Employment and entrepreneurship, building legacies. Empowering women economically is not just about job, it's about leadership. Women must have equal opportunities in the workforce, fair wages, and the ability to build businesses that shape industries and skill building platform to support women in breaking barriers and leading enterprises. A call to action. Change does not happen in isolation. It requires collaboration, commitment, and courage. Let us work together to dismantle obstacles, challenge outdated norms, and build a future where every woman has the tools to succeed. Today, we are not just discussing possibilities, we are creating them. Let us leave this conference not just inspired, but ready to act. Together, we transform the world, Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kasser, for your lovely talks. These are very impactful, and your message is loud and clear. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards the next speaker of the day, who is a dynamic, experienced individual. Um, his experience is almost more than my age, and he has been in industry since 1980. Um, he is a chartered accountant, very senior professional, have amazing expertise in practicing, and he has been very, very active in special audits with the State Bank of Pakistan, Sindh Government, and Privatization Commission, SECP, and the Federal Board of Revenue. He also represented the CA students before Sindh High Court and the Supreme Court. He is also very instrumental artistically. He is a person who has the interest in poetry. He has interest in public engagement and community. Please welcome Muhammad Moin Khan.
Because the women know that I am a feast and gentleman and esteemed colleagues. I hope it is a proper good morning for everyone. It is my honor to be here at the Women CFO Dubai Roundtable Conference. I want to thank Berkeley, Voice of Global Women. All credit goes to Dr. Musa Sheikh, being the founder of this global association of women. I would like to share my insight on diversity in financial leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to explain me why I have selected this topic. Please don't feel that while explaining that I am showing my proudness. This is not my proudness. I say it is blessing of the God. In Quranic word, Hada min fadle Rabbi. Why I have selected? I joined Munir Ziauddin and Co., a public chartered accountant firm, who is one of the largest accounting firm of Pakistan, having its headquarters, being a member of BKR International, having its headquarters in New York, USA. Luckily, I availed the opportunity to work during my long tenure with this firm. I availed the opportunity to work in diversified field of a practicing chartered accountant. From initially, I worked in assurance department, and then I availed the opportunity to work in tax department. I have the honor that I presented before the honorable tribunals and win cases. My mentor said that you cannot appear at High Court. A chartered accountant cannot appear at High Court, but your office is very near to Sindh High Court. To go to Sindh High Court, sit on the benches and listen how the most top senior lawyers plead their case before the honorable judges and learn. So for some time I did. This is one of my honor that High Court of Sindh appointed me in 80 cases of financial disputes with multinational and scheduled Bank of Pakistan. And I decided all these cases in this long period of time. And this is also my honor that my verdict became the part of the verdict of the judgment of the High Court without any change of a comma. Then I also availed the opportunity to perform sales tax and income tax special audit on appointment by the Federal Board of Revenue, and also a special audit on appointment by State Bank of Pakistan and Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, and even Privatization Commission of Pakistan as consultant for disinvestment of their unit. So, but I have a minor defect that I don't know IT. But I learned prompt engineering. In this phone, I have at least 50 tools of AI, which I use by using prompt engineering. I have the honor that I am the member of various committees of the ICAP. This provides me to learn and share my experience with others. But one of the most honorable position in ICAP is me, that there are 1,000 chartered accountants women in Pakistan, and they have selected me as their member. There are only 3 male members. I am one of them. Because the women know that I am a feminist and I am a great supporter of women. My daughter is also a chartered accountant. He worked with PwC, one of the largest accounting firm in Pakistan. Then he moved as a partner and joined Munir Ziauddin. And I have also the honor. Look, my relationship with women. My daughter is my partner. There is only one example in Pakistan of a father-daughter duo. Means father-daughter is a partner of a father. Previously, there were 5. Nowadays, only 1. So in 1,000, what I see in these 1,000 women chartered accountants of Pakistan, they are genius, brilliant. They are working on very top position, financial position of Pakistan, or not only in Pakistan, all over the world. In your UAE also, जैसे I just review the list of the speaker of today's conference. One name in the last is Sadia. She also originally belongs to Pakistan. And I am also delighted to know that there are many women belonging to UAE with very high credentials. This is very encouraging. That the role of our women in financial field. Let me share some more thoughts. Diversity is a key driver of innovation and effective decision making. Research shows that diverse teams constantly outperform homogeneous ones. By bringing together different perspectives, we foster creativity and resilience. In my experience, diverse financial leadership teams navigate complexities more effectively and drive sustainable growth. Additionally, as we embrace technology, artificial intelligence, AI plays a vital role in enhancing diversity. AI can help eliminate biases in recruitment and performance evaluations, ensuring that diverse talent is recognized and valued. This technology is a powerful ally in our quest for inclusive leadership. Indeed, women play a vital role in finance, offering unique insight that enhance leadership. However, barriers such as unconscious bias, limited mentorship still exist. As a supporter of women's advancement, I encourage all of us to create supportive environment we can mentor and advocate for talented women, helping to dismantle barriers and pave the way for future leaders. Leveraging AI tools can help identify mentorship opportunities, making it easier for women to connect with industry leaders. I urge each of you to reflect on your role in promoting diversity. Consider how you can contribute to a culture of inclusion and support for next generation of female leaders. Let's leverage our influence and capabilities of AI to create meaningful change. A diverse leadership team be will benefit the financial sector immensely, and it's our responsibility to ensure everyone has a voice. In closing, diversity is essential for the future of financial leadership. Together, let's commit to fostering an inclusive environment that empower all individuals to thrive. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion ahead.
Thank you very much for your lovely presentation. It was so nice, and thanks for supporting the women community and making your daughter chartered accountant and putting her with you. That is a great example for the upcoming parents that we need to invest in our daughters and in their education and give them the opportunity to grow. And you are a true legend in that. Thank you very much for joining us today. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards the next speaker who is working for the American University in Dubai as a director for Center of the Executive Programs and Professional Services. She is very dynamic. Her research focuses on financial markets, fintech, innovation, ESG, which is a hot issue nowadays, environment, social, and governance. She presented her work at various international conferences, and she actively mentored the students in the Gulf area. And she brings a practical value for data-driven approach in terms of finance. Please welcome Dr. Rima Asaf.
Good morning, Dr. Musa Sheikh. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction, and thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Rima Asaf, and I'm the director of the Center of Executive Programs and Professional Services, CEPS, and an assistant professor in finance at the American University in Dubai. Before joining academia, I worked for over 15 years in the banking sector, both in UAE and in Lebanon. I specialize in corporate credit banking and project financing, and I've led syndication deals worth over $300 million. Today, my work focuses on combining academic research with practical tools, especially in areas like financial automation and innovation in finance education. I'm honored to be part of this roundtable. Today, I'll be speaking about how data-driven finance through analytics, automation, and forecasting tools is helping us, women and women CFOs, make smarter decisions and shape the future of our organizations. So, why it matters? Let's start with why this topic is very important. Finance today is not just about reporting past performance. It's about understanding what's happening now and being ready for what comes next. CFOs and finance directors in general are no longer just focused on calculations or reports or reportings as it used to be. weekly, monthly, yearly reporting. They are now expected to be strategic thinkers who help companies make smart decisions by using data to guide the business in uncertain times, like inflation or with the ESG challenges, the environmental, social, and governmental challenges, or supply chain issues. Across the region, in UAE, Saudi Arabia, and the Arab world, women CFOs are using data not only to improve performance, but also to promote inclusion, innovation, and positive change in their organizations. For example, for the past few years, we have been hearing about inflation and the impact of inflation on the businesses. So, for example, a woman CFO in the retail industry can use live dashboards to adjust the pricing on a weekly or a monthly basis, and given the inflation spikes. And like this will help her and her company stay competitive without losing on margins. So, analytics, the first pillar, the first key area of data-driven finance is analytics. Analytics helps us understand what's really happening inside the business. We start with descriptive analytics. We look at past data, like what happened. Then we move into diagnostic, asking why something happened. And today, we go further with predictive analytics, looking into the future, just not looking into the past, also into the future, using models to guess what may happen in the future, and even prescriptive, suggesting what actions to take, like what should we do? For example, instead of just reporting sales, we can now predict which products are likely to sell better next quarter. So like in the past, we were, last quarter, okay, the past trends, but now we are able to sell better and also to even predict which customers are likely to cancel. This evolution helps companies not only understand the past, but also plan better for the future. Finance teams now work closely with data analysts and use tools like Power BI, Tableau, or Python to explore and visualize trends. Automation. So, the second key area, the second pillar is automation. Many repetitive tasks that used to take hours or even days can now be done in just few minutes. Automation means using technology to handle repetitive tasks like reconciliations, expense approvals, and financial reports. This would save time, reduces errors, and allows finance professionals to focus on strategy. But it also means that we must learn new tools and embrace a more tech-savvy approach to finance. So yes, with automation, we need to upgrade our skills, not just in accounting and finance, but also in technology. Forecasting tools. So the third and very important area is forecasting. Forecasting is essential for budgeting, planning, and decision making, whether it's cash flow, sales, or investment decisions. Thanks to AI and machine learning, we can now forecast with greater speed and accuracy and even predict credit risk. This helps us prepare for different scenarios and respond faster to change. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, many companies who had strong forecasting tools were better prepared to manage cash shortages and sudden drops in revenue. So what's next? What's next for data-driven finance? Finance teams will continue to rely more on real-time data. We see more AI-powered assistants, better cloud platforms, and more integrated systems connecting finance with other departments like HR, operations, and marketing. But we must also focus on ethics, data privacy, and transparency in the way we use this data. The modern CFO is no longer someone who manages the budget. The woman CFO, she is a translator of data into strategic insights. To close, I want to say this. Data doesn't replace leadership. It supports it. When we combine the right tools with human insight, we make better decisions. And as women in finance, using these tools gives us more power to lead, make informed decisions, and shape the future of our organizations. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be part of this inspiring conversation.
We always think about quality. We always think about sustainability. We always think about objectivity.
In a world of complexity and opportunities, organizations are trying to make new connections and find new ways of innovating. We collaborate with our clients to understand them and help solving their complex industry issues, to optimize their solutions so they can stand out and realize long-lasting results.
My name is Imran Zamit, and by profession I'm a chartered accountant.
Call us whenever you feel we can help. We are here for you.
Thank you very much for the lovely talk. And now we are going towards the next speaker of the day. She is a regional compliance manager and a very unique profile. Generally, I saw most of the Arabic countries, they are more into American education, but this lady is more into British. She's a qualified ACCA, or should be a fellow member, and she's also a certified internal auditor. I see her myself transforming from a very young talent to a regional compliance manager. She is dynamic, and I'm looking forward for her speech. Please welcome Mai Al Jabari.
Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Musa. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much, first of all, to joining today. I know it's a weekend and it's very hot, but you made it. Thank you very much.
No worries.
So the mic is in your hand, and it's your time now.
Perfect. It's a great pleasure for me to join, to be part of this great, let's say, event. Thank you so much for the consideration. It's my first, let's say, speaking opportunities. Good afternoon, everyone. And today I will be speaking about a bit of a different topic, let's say, than the other, let's say, speakers. I would like to bring into light and to shed the light into the importance role and of the compliance in terms of the organizations nowadays, and how compliance is a key business partner in the companies and the company's success, and how, let's say, the compliance will play a role in terms of the financial success of the organizations. So today I will be walking you through like a general understanding of the compliance, whether the traditional understanding of it or, let's say, the more modern definition of the compliance, how, let's say, the effective compliance in place will have the value on the organizations, what are the key compliance risks in nowadays businesses, how can we think integrity in terms of having, let's say, checkpoints on how we can identify the situations and to make sure that we do address the risks whenever we face them. And last but not least, we have few tips on how can we make sure that we have a robust compliance culture in the organizations. So if we will look into the compliance in terms of an understanding, compliance usually it's a term that is used to where we need to comply with three types of let's say, set of standards and policies. It can be an internal compliance, which in reference to the internal policies and procedures to make sure that we are complying with the internal processes. Also, we have, based on the industry that the organization is operating, there are some certain regulations and some certain rules that needs to be followed. That is also considered to be a compliance, let's say, function. And the classical one is the compliance with the laws and regulations, which usually is being combined with the legal function. So based on these, let's say, three types of compliance, I would say that take us to the strategic value of the compliance in a sense where compliance, it's not only meant to comply with the rules and regulation. It's not. It's beyond, let's say, the legal requirements of a function. It helps really shape the culture and the positioning of the organization across the competition and across in the market. So from one side, it helps to have the branding of the organization. It builds the trust with the stakeholders. So whenever we have a strong compliance function in place, by default, that will give the impression and the confidence across the shareholders and across the stakeholders as well, that things will be conducting in an integrity manner, things will be conducted in an ethical manner, and it protects as well their own reputation whenever they deal with the organizations. As we all know, nowadays, all the organizations, they work into collaborations. So part of our business collaboration is to interact with different organizations, and with what we're gonna check now in my next slides regarding the risks. If we are connected or engaged in a stakeholder that is linked to any of the corruption or compliance concerns, that will automatically have an impact and influence on the existing, let's say, organization. So this is where it's important, whenever we have a strong compliance structure in place, that will build, let's say, the reputation, and it will build the trust and the rapport between us and the stakeholders, which means, and will be translated into more business, more support in terms of financials, and so on. As well, on top of that, we can also say that if we are complying with the legal and the laws that we have in place, whether the sanctions, whether the anti-money laundering, that also helps in mitigating any legal consequences or any legal, let's say, concerns that might arise. And once we have all of that in place, by default, the operations excellence will boost, and meaning that also the second level of control and the first level of control in the organization will also function into the same value that being set in terms of the compliance. We always believe that compliance is everyone's responsibilities, and it's driven top down. So if we have that culture, it's by default as if we're putting all the pieces together when it comes to building a robust, let's say, control functions, compliance function, and all of these, let's say, support functions, that they are an essential part, let's say, of the success of the organizations. So as we all know, majority of the organizations, they are, and it's true that at the end of the day, it's a profit-generated organizations, and financials are the key driven to the success. Keeping that in mind, for that to be accomplished in a strong foundation and to have the growth that is needed, it is essential to have a very robust and strong and effective compliance function in place, that, as I mentioned, it will support all the foundations of the other control functions. So if we look at the key compliance risks nowadays, there are the classical and the built-in, I would say, risks that comes with the organizations, which comes with the anti-corruption and bribery. We have the ethical and social responsibilities when it comes to discriminations with the environments and so on. We do have the risk of non-complying with the laws and regulations, whether the industry-based one, the country-based one, or the global one. We do have as well health and safety concerns when it comes to the health and safety measurements. We do have as well the risk that we mentioned regarding the internal processes when it comes to the financial reportings, following the international standards, and so on. What I would like to highlight mainly now, it's one of arising in importance, I would say, in terms of risk, is the data privacy and the data security. With the concept of having the AI being so widely spread and it's being used by majority of the peoples, there are some risks that might be not visible or not considered by employees or by the users. For example, I would give a very simple example. Everyone knows about, let's say, confidentiality and what are, let's say, the confidential data and so on. However, unintentionally, a person might go to a ChatGPT or an AI tool where, let's say, they upload a client contract and ask for a summary of that contract. Little they know that this is a breach of the privacy and breach of confidentiality, because we do not know how, let's say, that data will be stored, which the contract contains some certain confidential information, and it has been pushed, let's say, towards the web. And that can be a breach, and that can be a risk. So with that being said, there is a high emphasis, let's say, on the data privacy and security, cybersecurity as well, since majority of the transactions now are being automated and being done over the online. So and as we go with that approach, there are, let's say, it's a new area in terms of the AI and the privacy around it. So it has more, let's say, importance and more focus now to make sure that we identify and perform the risk assessment around it, and to make sure we address this risk as we go. So if we summarize, let's say, the top 4, let's say, risk that might arise in general, if we can categorize them into headers, we have the financial penalties, we have operation restrictions, and we have criminal charges when it comes to the legal requirements, and the most important one is the reputation damage. And as we could see recently with the recent incident that we saw in the social media in one of the famous concerts, that's a great example where an individual act from employees that can really impact and harm the reputation of the full organizations. Hence, whenever we refer to corruption or compliance or ethics, we always say it does not only impact the employees and it does not only impact the company, it's both. So usually any kind of action or any kind of decisions that are being made usually has hand-to-hand, let's say, effect on both, let's say, the employees and the organization. And that takes me to a very important, let's say, matter, because as I said earlier, most of the organization, they are focused on generating revenue and they're focused onto numbers and financials. Usually compliance might be considered as an overhead and considered to be cost. But from what we can see nowadays, there are more and more importance and emphasis on having a strong compliance function in place rather than it being, let's say, a requirement to tick some certain boxes. A very simple quote: if you think compliance is expensive, try not to comply. And we have seen so many examples. I just picked few of them related with the different, let's say, types of, let's say, compliance risk when it comes to sanctions, corruption, or competitive law. Any of these breaches has a severe impact, and I think nowadays the important is not only onto the financial impact of these, let's say, misconduct. It has a very severe reputational damage, especially now with the globalization, and we have everything now spread out into the media with the easy access to it by everyone. That reputation, it's very hard to recover, let's say, if any. So one of my favorite quotes is that it takes 20 years to build a reputation and about 5 minutes to ruin it. So this is why it's important really to make sure that we are secured when it comes to these aspects. Compliance should be the DNA of the organizations to be able to achieve the financial targets and the financial goals. So if we look into it from a deeper perspective, this is one of my favorite, let's say, graph, because if people, they believe that compliance, it's black and white, easy to follow, we have a process, we follow it, and so on, this will show you that it's not always that clear cut. For a very simple reason, organizations need to interact with each other. We do not have a solo company that can function by itself. It needs clients, it needs suppliers, whether we're providing services or product. So what usually happens is that we engage with these stakeholders, let me call them, into a normal professional business kind of collaboration. So you engage in that collaboration, it goes into the friendly collaboration, business or dinner lunches, dinners. That seems fine. And then that can escalate more into some small allowable gifts based on the policies that can pass. And then things might escalate further since the relationship is being built. It could move toward a bit of an expensive dinners. And then here we can just start raising the questions between us and ourselves, like where is that heading? Is there any specific expectations from our end? Is there any a return? The timing, let's say, of these things that usually happens, and the frequency, because some people, they try to outsmart, let's say, the processes. They always, let's say, provide the gifts within the threshold of the allowable policies. However, if they do it very frequent in a very short interval, that also raises, let's say, a question mark. And then from there can lead into more of an expensive gifts. And then they're going to have a more expectations, let's say, or a more tendency to ask for favor afterwards, because the human nature and human behavior usually build into, if I am providing all of these things, then it's okay for me if I ask for that favor, like you have more of a credit with that person to engage. And then you can see the tornado, it keeps going and going and going, and then boom, you see yourself engaging into a bigger, let's say, corruption or misconduct, without you being, let's say, clear into where really the line stops. I always say there is a very thin line between maintaining a good relationship with the client or the suppliers and committing a corruption. And this is where we really emphasize on having the compliance role and the compliance function to help as a business partner, as an advisor, to guide and to support the employees in these aspects, to make sure that they make the right decisions and to support them. Because as we said, it might be clear to us like gifts and invitation and hospitality should not be allowable. However, as we can see, like a snowball effect, we might be engaged in it unconsciously, and it will be good to brainstorm and to have someone with us to support us, let's say, into making the right decision making. So these are types of questions that can be asked and navigated between us and ourselves whenever we're faced with a situation, just for us to reflect and to make the right decision. I mean, more of a reflection to see what could be the best course of action. So whenever we have a compliance function and department acting like a business partner, they are always pleased to receive the inquiries from the employees to support them. In the same time, these are like list of questions a person can equip himself with in terms of facing any transaction or any situation that might seem to be engaging into a misconduct. So first question is a very straightforward, like do we suspect illegal or unethical? How would it look like to others if it's being publicly happening? Am I lying or being truthful? So if he has been asked, let's say by someone, would he be able to openly say this happened? I'm okay with it. Will it have any danger in the personal safety? Is there any legit business purpose? So again, I mean, if a supplier is just providing me with a gift, like in a tendering phase or so on, so what would be let's say the purpose of that gift, and could this damage the reputation of the organization and the individual? I need to add here, because as I said, it's always the employee and the organization, and the acts usually affect both. So in my last slide here, it's just a high level on how can we make sure that we have a very strong compliance culture. As I said in the beginning, it is always torn from top. If we have the leadership commitment and the ownership, and they demonstrate the value, let's say, of the organization, so they set the tone, let's say, of how things need to go. Themselves, they do not bypass, let's say, the DOA. They themselves make sure that they declare any kind of conflict of interest, or they declare the gifts and invitations and so on. they themselves make sure that the subordinates are following the policies, the internal policies of the company. That will really set the tone that will have a ripple effect as we go with the organization, let's say, chart. The second and the most important one is to have really a clear policy and procedures. So I'm not referring here only to the support function departmental policy and procedures. I'm referring to gifts and hospitality policies, a conflict of interest policies, the anti-corruption, let's say, procedures or the guidelines that we have, more of let's say, in terms of the sponsorship and donation, what are the processes that can be followed if in case we want to engage into any of these transactions, and so on. So this will really help to guide the employees and to set, let's say, a bit of a line that we know sometimes it's not a very clear line, to help like a guidelines on what is okay, what is not okay. So that also can be a great asset in terms of making sure that we have a strong compliance culture. The third one, obviously, is the training and communication. If we have all of these policies and procedures being in place in the drawer, I don't think it's serving its purpose. They need to be accessible to employees. They need to be shared. They need to be trained with it. So if people have some concerns or questions and so on, for us to be able to address them. So it's always important to keep raising the awareness and the communication, keeping them up with the latest risk. Maybe can be customized based on the organization industry, so we can link to these things. That's a crucial thing to support the culture of the compliance. And obviously, towards the end, we need to have a continuous monitoring and auditing. As we always say, whenever we have a process in place, if it's not measured, monitored, or controlled, we don't know if it's effective or efficient. So this is where we have the second level of control departments, even the audit team, giving us feedback on timely manner for us to adjust, let's say, the programs. For example, we can make sure that we have tools in place for declarations, to make tools in place to review the due diligence being done on the third parties and so on. So that's all part of the dynamics of the organizations. So with that, I can conclude for a compliance function, they are part of the organization, and the success of the organization is the success of the compliance person. So it's always, I would say, to be perceived as a business partner is the right word, because we are their success, and their success is our success. So we are all working into a very efficient dynamic, I would say, achieving one goal at the end of the day. So compliance is more and more now being perceived into that manner, rather than the traditional way of saying compliance is only reviewing the laws and regulation, or they're only popping up when there is a problem or there's an investigation to be done. In the contrary, compliance is a crucial, let's say, function that really there to support the employees and the organizations. So that's the end of my presentation.
That's great. Thank you very much for joining us today. It was a lovely presentation, and I wish you good luck.
Thank you so much.
With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards our next speaker, who is also a very dynamic woman. She is head of finance and a fellow member of ACCA. She also done her MCOM and BCOM. Please welcome Fatima.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome, Mr. Musa. It's my pleasure to be in here with you in this incredible Women CFO Roundtable. And I am delighted to be here and share my experience of leading a finance team in globally distributed environment.
Likewise, thank you very much for joining, and I'm giving the mic to you for your presentation. So it's your time. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay. Let me start by painting a picture of how my role is really global. I am a head of finance for HumanMade. HumanMade is a WordPress agency based in the UK. However, I work for HumanMade here remotely from Abu Dhabi. I'm also a fractional CFO for Global Listing. Global Listing is metadata media company, also based in UK. I'm leading the finance team across 3 regions and 3 countries. Our companies have operation in 20 different countries. So naturally, I have to look after the tax, accounting, compliance in 5 different continents. And have to stay, as a finance leader of a global company, one has to stay current with changing regulations, so you're making sure you are compliant in each jurisdictions. Let me start now. Let me share a bit more about my personal journey that has led me here. I'm a fellow member of ACCA. I am a member of AAT. I've done master's and bachelor's in commerce. What's unique about my journey is I have lived in 5 different countries. I've lived in UK, I have lived in France, I have lived in Turkey. I am originally from India, and now I'm currently living in Abu Dhabi. This gives me first-hand experience of different cultures, business culture, and regulatory environments. I started my career in the UK, which I still consider to be my professional base. I volunteered at the beginning of my career. I volunteered for a number of charities to gain the experience in the finance field. And here is a note for young audience listening in that persistence pay. I actually completed my ACCA studies after the birth of my first child. So you really need to plan for long term and keep pushing into breaking into your chosen field. After having a family, I have consistently opted for working remotely. That has given me opportunity to work from home while being available for my children. Remote work has transformed my career. It has allowed me an opportunity to progress into senior finance role while maintaining the work-life balance, which really matters to me. That brings me to the topic of globalization. How it has completely transformed the landscape of finance. The world we live in today is very different to what it was 20 years ago. Back in early 1990s and 2000, when internet was really relatively quite new, the companies realized that they could offshore back office processes to low-cost English-speaking countries. That was the boom of BPO, so business process outsourcing, particularly to English companies in English-speaking countries in Asia. Later on, what is fascinating is later on, the companies realized that they are more comfortable managing these teams, and then they started offshoring more technical work that required skilled labor like software development, engineering, and even accounting. In today's world, cost is no longer the driver for offshoring. Talent is. In today's world, companies are looking for wherever the best talent is available, they will hire regardless of geographies. This has massive shift in finance processes and has created entirely new challenges and opportunities. What used to be an exclusive domain for multinational corporation having a global presence and have a global workforce is not the case anymore. It's very common for small SMEs to have global workforce for retaining the best talent to stay competitive in current market. Personally, for me as well, it has been career defining. It has allowed me to carve out a specialized niche in serving the need of these global SMEs while working from home and maintaining that crucial work-life balance. So, what are the challenges when you're managing a finance department of a globally distributed company? Let me walk through some of the major ones which I come across regularly. First is compliance complexities. So you need to make sure you are compliant and doing your tax returns and all the obligations per the local rule. You have to constantly analyze your permanent establishment exposure. So every time you hire in a region or have a revenue generating activity, you're potentially creating a tax obligation. You need to understand those obligations. You need to mitigate and manage those permanent establishment risk. Second challenge, which is very common, is when you're hiring globally, you have to consider different decisions, whether you hire as a contractor, as an employee, or do you go through the route of employer off-record services. The right choice will depend on your business need, your business size, your current stages your business is, and what are its future strategies. What works for one company might not necessarily work for other. The third financial challenge is choosing the right software. You need to choose the ERP that works across multiple regions, that talks to each of these, and your consolidation is done in a timely manner. The ERP, when you're choosing the ERP, that's a very important decision because you have to put what you need now plus what your 5 years plans are. So you can't be changing your ERP very often. So that these are quite unique changes which a global company come across. Then naturally the challenge is foreign exchange exposure. So you have multiple currencies. You need to hedge against those risks of your currency depreciating in value. There's intercompany transaction. As a global company, one subsidiary might buy something while the other subsidiary pays for it. How do you record these transactions correctly in your book? And lastly, every time you open an entity in a different region, do your transfer pricing study, have a transfer pricing agreement in place. Another challenge of global finance is the human element. How do you ensure fair compensation across different markets? How do you create plans to keep employees motivated and engaged while they are working in different economic environments? There are company-specific policies that can also make things very complex. Like in our company, we have a policy that every employee, we give same benefit to all employees. So for our UK employee, for example, we have healthcare. So for our UK employees, healthcare is free. They can dip into the healthcare via NHS. While our US employees, in US, there is no universal healthcare. So we have to provide them with comprehensive healthcare, and they cost us relatively more in the hope to align with our policy that we want to provide equal benefit to all employees. So these company-specific policies can also make it quite sort of challenging to navigate through these. Another challenge is leveraging the opportunities. As a finance leader of a global company, you need to understand the schemes and benefit available in different markets. So you and your company can dip into those. For example, in UK, we have R&D tax credit. In US, also we have those credit. So as a finance leader of a global company, you need a strong network of local finance person who can warn you of these upcoming opportunities. A prime example of that was during COVID time. In COVID time, almost all regions and all countries' government was providing schemes for helping small businesses to go through those difficult times. There were schemes, furlough schemes in UK, there were PPP loan in US, there were grants and low interest loans available in Australia. So as a finance leader of a global company, you need to sort of be ready and study all of those things and understand if your business will qualify for those, go through applying process. So yeah, these are the challenges you come across as a finance individual. Now, how do you tackle these challenges? I found the best approach is what I call is to design a finance architect. Orchestrating your finance department through these three key elements. The First element is process improvement and efficiency. Keep your processes streamlined. Cut unnecessary bureaucracy, long-winded process. Keep it simple. Long-winded process kill productivity. They cause friction in cross-functional environment. Second thing is use automation and AI. Look at your finances. Look at what repeating tasks can be automated by a tool. These days, there's tool available for everything. There is tool for revenue recognition. There is tool for consolidation. There's tools for business analytics and intelligence. There's tools for subscription management. You name it. The key is to choose the tool that integrates well with your business and it solves the problem, and rather than creating a new one. The third key aspect of your finance architect is, of course, your human resources. Write the hype. Understand the skill gap in your team and carve out the role that will fill those gaps strategically. This isn't about technical skills alone. You need to hire people who can work effectively across multiple cultures, multiple time zones. Fair compensation and retention strategies are equally important. Use benchmark to ensure you're competitive in each of local market, while also maintaining the internal equalities. Beyond the technical architect, time zone management strategies are also quite important. How do you distribute your regional teams? How much autonomy do you give to your regional team? How these regional teams collaborate with each other and with the central team? I recommend you should have town hall where all of these regional teams can come and talk to the central team, ask questions, and work towards the common objective of the organization. Keeping everyone aligned and on the same page is absolutely crucial. Now, let me share most important lesson I have learned over the years. First and most important is the trust. Trust is the grease that makes operations smooth. In an office environment, you see people daily, you build a rapport naturally, right? But in a globally distributed company, everything operates on a foundation of a trust. You have to be intentional about building the trust and maintaining that trust. Second is your employees. They are the most valuable asset. Have a clear strategies for not only hiring the best talent, but to retain them as well. In global market, good talented people have lots of options. Keep your processes simple, agile, be ready for change, especially in today's AI-enabled world. What worked last year might not work next year. And fourth is expanding globally. Do your homework, hire the right expert who would advise you on the correct structure that is needed for your business. Avoid getting into the wrong side of the law. And finally, make your finance department an enabler of growth, not a roadblocker. Finance can make or break the best of the ideas. Usually there is stigma around finance being always saying no. Often there is no budget and they say no. But there are alternative strategies you can suggest, alternatives you can suggest. So try and kill that stigma around finance for being sort of saying no all the time. Thank you very much for listening to me. The world of global finance leadership is complex, but it's also equally rewarding. You get an opportunity to work with some of the talented people across the globe, you get to solve complex problems, and you enable businesses to grow and scale globally while maintaining the work-life balance, which is particularly important for women, as women are primarily sort of sole responsible for children, and having this career where you can work remotely and your mother for your children is quite transformative, career defining for me. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm sure there's some wonderful talks lined up which you will enjoy.
Thank you very much for joining us today, and I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are moving towards the next speaker of the day. She is the senior finance manager in Macro and joining us live today. Please welcome. Hi, Victoria.
Hi, Musa. Hi. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Likewise, thank you very much for joining us today. And the mic is in your hands. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Musa. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I've been in the finance field for over 10 years. Um, Skydiving taught me a lot of things. But one of this is that one of the scariest thing is actually to jump out of a plane. But if you are too focused on falling, it's gonna be so scary. But if you realize and you look into the beautiful horizon, you'll see that you're meant to fly and that you're gonna break through. Some people can possibly be stuck staring at the barriers instead of the possibilities. And now you're seeing me today because I can say that I've broken some of those barriers. I hope this presentation can help change that in your perspective. So during this session, I'll be discussing three barriers and how to overcome them. First, the confidence gap, the motherhood penalty, and the glass ceiling effect. First barrier, the confidence gap. Some of the root causes are imposter syndrome, which is a psychological pattern wherein highly competent people often doubt themselves, thinking that they might be exposed as fraud or someone undeserving of their positions. The three women that you're seeing in this presentation today have admitted that they have suffered at some point in their lives from imposter syndrome. Barbara Corcoran, an American businesswoman and a star in the hit series called Shark Tank, posted on LinkedIn saying that ever felt like a fraud, even at your best, like your success is just pure luck. And also Christine Lagarde, head of European Central Bank, she'd admitted that before speeches, she would panic and she would try her best to dig deep in order to find her voice. And finally, Michelle Obama, lawyer and graduate from Harvard University, she wrote about her "Am I Good Enough" battles, calling self-doubt a malignant cell. The next root cause would be to compare yourself to others. Now that we have access to loads of information in the social media, like seeing recent promotions, certifications, or achievements can sometimes make us feel like we're lesser, especially when we are in a different season in our lives, and we can compare their strengths to our weaknesses, which can cause insecurities and reduced self-confidence. The third one is to value perfection over progress. It means like you have this fear of committing mistakes, and because of that fear, people prevent from taking risks or trying new things which can hinder the growth. Personally, I can say that when I was young, I'm not I'm a confident person, but my struggle with confidence started when after a traumatic cesarean delivery. It triggered all sorts of changes in me, like memory loss, sudden fears, and insecurities. When I went back to office after 3 months, I felt like I was totally a different person. There was like this, I feel like I struggled with speaking in English or thinking properly. So how to overcome the confidence gap? I would say that it is to actually accept yourself and accept the situation you are in. To practically say, it's actually focusing on your strengths. Practical example would be to write a journal wherein you focus on what you've accomplished before, or appreciating what you like about yourself. Actually, when I keep journaling about things that's happening, whatever is in the mind, it actually goes to the paper, and that mentality has helped me whenever I need to clear up my thoughts. I was journaling about it. And the next one is actually comparing yourself. Stop comparing yourself to others rather than compare you to your past. It's about looking back at how much you've grown, the challenges you have overcome, instead of comparing your achievements to others, because there will always be someone who will look better than you, or in measures that only you can see. And and then also progress. The next one will be the progress over perfection. It's finding the courage to take action despite the possible mistakes, and using these mistakes or failures as learning opportunities for growth. And finally, it's actually surrounding yourself with people who celebrate you. I would say that, just to connect with what I mentioned in the past slide, I would say that I used to be confident, because I remember my mom would always tell me that, she would always encourage me, saying how good I was, how I easily learn things, and she just sees the best in me. So even if at times it was exaggerated, I believed her. Growing up, we had a small business, and we would journey by we should be ready by 4 in the morning, just to prepare and to go to the city, and acquire some or purchase some inventory and sell them to the province. At age 7, I would only wish she would allow me to be home and watch TV or play with my neighbors. But instead, she would let me be at the store talking to lots of people selling stuff, which buyers thought was cute, because a little girl was actually doing all sorts of flattery just to make them buy. It somewhat made me confident, and after that incident with me, having that cesarean delivery, that's traumatic for me. It also helped me to connect with people who actually are for me. So yeah. And the next slide will be the next barrier that I would like to talk about will be the motherhood penalty. So let's be clear, maternity leave is actually far from vacation. It's often a time of sleep deprivation, physical recovery, and intense emotional labor. But in an economic sense, motherhood penalty is a disadvantage that women face in the workplace after becoming mothers. This includes reduced pay, fewer opportunities, and slower career progression. But apart from these economic disadvantages, I'd like to talk about the personal challenges that career moms face, which includes the invisible weight of mental load. This refers to the constant cognitive and emotional labor mothers undertake to manage the household and family responsibilities. By that I mean, after your role as a leader, as um, doing your best in your office, you have to come back to a home wherein you need to be the light, you need to be upbeat, because your children, you're the model for your children, and the energy that you put into the house, that you exert in the house, is the energy that they take in. So that's actually one of the mental loads of a career mom. And aside from that, the next one will be the guilt and perfectionism. Career moms will inevitably feel the need to leave their children to nannies or caregivers who they only knew for limited amount of time, hoping that they made the right choice. Moms can feel guilty about this, especially in the early years when children are growing up. And there's also a possible tendency of expecting ourselves to be 100 all percent all right, because our families depend on us, which could lead to stress and burnout. So how to overcome this? I would say it is mainly to prioritize your well-being. So practically, setting boundaries, the power of saying no, and budgeting not just money, but our time, so we can use it for more important matters such as caring for our health. Next one is to delegate and accept help. Doesn't make us weak or incompetent if we ask for help. In the workplace, we need to delegate as much as we could for the growth of our subordinates. And the next is to move your body. It can be anything from walking, yoga, swimming, anything that makes you feel good about yourself. And finally, finding activities that you truly enjoy. If it's socializing, then go for it. For mountain climbing or deep diving, just do it. When I delivered my second child, it was quite difficult for me. I felt isolated, and I feel like no one understood my struggles. And the activity that and I remember and my husband back then, he actually gifted me with a snorkeling experience to see the aquarium, to snorkel, to swim there. And I saw this beautiful shark, which is just keeps on roaming around looking at me. It was scary at the same time, beautiful experience. And I would say that that awakened the desire for me to explore the deep ocean. And so few months after my recovery, I actually had this PADI certification to become a diver. And I explored the ocean. In there, because that's my personality, I felt total peace and serenity. So it helped me in my struggles. The final barrier that I want to talk about is the glass ceiling effect, which refers to which is an invisible barrier, often based on gender or other factors such as race, that can prevent certain individuals, particularly women, from advancing to higher level positions within an organization. It which also results in inequality in pay grade. The three women that you're seeing in this presentation are only the three CEOs out of the 55 of the Fortune 500. They are representing the three of the 11%. Among them were Mary Barra of the General Motors, Jennifer Witz of Sirius XM, and Gunjan Kedia of US Bancorp. This is a striking representation of the glass ceiling effect. And how to overcome the glass ceiling effect, I would say it's actually to continuously improve yourself. We can never control our external environment, but we have a choice to continuously improve ourselves. When there is no opportunity, we've got to make one for ourselves. The practical examples would be to set clear and achievable goals, learn continuously, and embrace feedback from trusted friend or mentor. And I was in the Philippines. I remember applying in Job Street in UAE, Singapore, and other developed countries. Despite being a Philippine CPA, I was declined for various accounting positions. So I was saying to myself, I want to break through from this because I feel like there is something much more out there. So what I did, I resigned in in my past position. I took all the money from my final pay and purchased a reviewer, a CMA reviewer, and took that risk, took that leap of faith. And luckily, after 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 a year of reviewing, I got that opportunity in Dubai. I started as a senior accountant, and 10 years after, I'm now serving as a senior manager for the same company. I believe that continuous improvement. I believe in this continuous improvement, and so currently I'm pursuing my ACCA credential through night studies after putting my kids to bed. And I look forward to where this will take us. So before we close, I want to ask these questions so you can reflect or ponder. What are the things that you appreciate about yourself? What's one situation where you know you need to say no but struggle to? And what skill have you been curious about but told yourself you're too old or busy? Finally, I would like to close with this. Breaking barriers starts from within. We cannot always rely on external causes for our breakthroughs. Rather, we need to focus on what we can control, such as ourselves. I hope this can help someone who is struggling today and know that you've got this. Thank you. You're on mute, Musa.
Thank you very much, Victoria, for sharing such a deep and sensitive conversation. And I'm sure a lot of people might have got a great value. I want to thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Musa.
So, with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards the next speaker of the day who's going to talk about the power of sponsorship and mentorship for women in finance. Please welcome Natasha Naik. Hi, Natasha. Thank you
You,
very much
Mr.
for joining.
Thank you so much, Mr. Musa Sheikh, for having me. I'm really, really excited to be a part of the amazing Women CFO Conference for 2025. It's really, really excited to be here. So thank you for having me. So
Likewise,
I really.
Mic is in your hand. Please go ahead. It's your.
Thank you so much. So, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I really want to start by just a small introduction. So, my name is Natasha Naik, and I'm the regional tax controller for Africa for an agricultural commodities trading company in Singapore. I'm based out of South Africa. And I have about 20 years in the game in the tax space. And I'm a mother of two. And I really want to actually introduce the power of mentorship and sponsorship for women in finance today. By doing that, I want to start with something personal over the course of my career. Something that I've learned is that success isn't just about the hours that we put in or the titles that we hold. It's really about the relationships that we build. And it's about the people who see us, the people who believe in us, and who speak our names, in situations where we are actually not in the rooms. So I think if you think about that for a second, who is in your corner right now? Who is not just giving you advice, but who is actively fighting for you to succeed? Now, this is the power of mentorship and sponsorship. Today, I really want to unpack how mentorship helps you grow. It's really about learning, guidance, and also personal development, and how sponsorship can really help you rise. And it's about someone powerful saying, she's the one for this opportunity. Now, if there's one message I want you to take away today, it's this. You cannot reach your full potential alone. We need mentors. We need sponsors. And we also need to be those people for others. So if I can move through my slide, let us look at what the current landscape looks like. In 2019, only 6 of the 107 largest financial institutions in the US were led by female CEOs. Today in 2024, we see very slight progress. If you look at the stats, only about 10.4% of Fortune 500 CEOs are women. 9% of them, Russell 3000 CEOs, are women, and a meager 7.8% in the S&P 500. So when you think about it, these numbers tell a bigger story. It's not that women lack ambition or capability. Far from it, in fact. We're graduating from universities at higher rates, often outperforming our peers academically. And we're stepping into industries with energy and talent. But somewhere along the line, there is something that is holding us back from the top seats. Why is this happening? It perhaps is sometimes a lack of visibility of role models, the lack of visible role models, should I say. Other times, it's really the absence of sponsorship. Someone who says she's ready. You can add to that concerns about work-life balance, perhaps bias, and even systemic challenges. The pathway to leadership really becomes much steeper for women. In fact, the 2024 Women CEOs America report really warns that unless we take deliberate action, the polarizing climate around diversity and inclusion could really undo much of the progress we've fought for. But here's what I believe. We can change these statistics, one mentorship relationship and one sponsorship at a time. If I move to my next slide, let us understand why mentorship and sponsorship are such powerful tools. It's because they accelerate growth. They're not just nice to haves anymore. They are strategic levers. They help talented individuals break through invisible barriers that really hold them back. In male-dominated industries like finance, traditional networks often work against women. We've all heard the phrase, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Well, mentorship and sponsorship level that playing field. Let me ask you this. How many of you have ever felt that you were overlooked for an opportunity, even though you had skills and drive? What if someone in the right position had advocated for you at that moment? That is the difference sponsorship makes. Mentorship builds your confidence and your toolkit, but sponsorship makes sure that people hear you, they see you, and they believe in your ability to lead. And this is why it is so important, right? So if you really look at it, mentorship defined, a mentor is your career coach. They are the person who tells you, here's how I did it and how you can too. Mentors provide guidance, they share hard-won wisdoms, and they challenge you to grow. And often, they really see the potential in you that you often cannot see yourself. I've actually had mentors who have changed the way in which I viewed my own abilities. Simply by saying, Natasha, you are capable of so much more than you think. So imagine the impact of every young professional had someone like that in their corner. It would honestly make a huge amount of difference. Let us unpack sponsorship. Why is sponsorship important? A sponsor is someone who takes it one step further, right? They don't just advise you. They use their influence and credibility to open doors for you. Herminia Ibarra puts it really beautifully, and I had to bring this in here. A mentor has knowledge and will share it with you, but a sponsor has power and will use it for you. This is why women really need sponsorship more than ever. Too often, we're coached, but we are not championed. We are prepared for the race, but we are not given the track to run on. And this is really important to understand. Sponsorship is really what turns career potential into career momentum. Think of it this way. You can be the most talented, hardworking individual in the room. But if no one is advocating for you, how will the decision makers know your worth? A sponsor is that voice in the room that is saying, she's ready, let's give her the opportunity, and that single moment can change the trajectory of your career. Mentorship in itself really has three powerful outcomes. The faster skill building, because mentors are really sharing what works and actually what doesn't for you. They give you access to networks because they connect you with the right people. They also give you confidence because when someone believes in you, you start believing in yourself as well. Did you know that in an organization with structured mentorship programs, promotion rates for women increase by up to 50%? And that in itself is real world power of mentorship. We really need to understand that. Sponsorship is where doors are truly open. And it's really about visibility and being in the right conversations. A study has found that 50% of women in sponsorship programs move into senior leadership roles. And that's not a coincidence. It's advocacy in action. So think about this. How many high potential women do we know who remain unseen simply because no one is speaking up for them? Sponsors, I'll say it again, sponsors can really change that story. Let's look at what other companies are actually doing and how this can potentially benefit us. I'm going to skip a few slides just to get you there. If you look at the likes like leading companies like IBM, who have built mentorship and sponsorship programs that tie directly into their diversity strategy. PepsiCo is running its Million Women initiative with 23,000 volunteer hours focused on women in STEM careers. Goldman Sachs, they're offering cross-country company mentorship, and high-impact sponsorship programs like 10,000 Women. These are designed to elevate female entrepreneurs and into leadership. And these companies really understand that mentorship and sponsorship aren't just tools. They really are investments in leadership pipelines. So if we look at this for a minute and really understand that they are actively beginning to focus and understand what is actually important. If I move back to mentorship versus sponsorship, right? Here's the simplest way to think about it. A mentor helps you prepare, whilst a sponsor helps you to advance. If you picture it like this, you talk about mentor, a connector, an opportunity giver, and an advocate. We all need both roles in our careers, and we also need to consider how we can be both for others. This is really, really important for us. Now, if we look at the importance of female mentors, this is a really, really important point because female mentors are role models, and they show us and they show other women that leadership isn't a distant dream. It's possible, it's attainable, and it's worth striving for. There's something incredibly powerful about seeing someone who looks like you and has faced the same challenges and has succeeded. It makes you think, if she can do it, then I can too. That's really, really important. But let's not sugarcoat it. Because women face unique barriers. 37% of women leaders report colleagues taking credit for their ideas. Women are 20% less likely to be promoted compared to men in finance. These challenges will not disappear overnight. They will just not. But mentorship and sponsorship really will equip women with the tools and the allies to overcome them. This is an important point to really, really understand. And when you look at companies like IBM, PepsiCo, and Goldman Sachs, it's not just about talking about inclusion. They're talking about action. Their programs ensure that women have mentors to guide them and sponsors to elevate them. And these initiatives really prove that when companies invest in women, they invest in stronger leadership and better results. So you're probably asking yourself, how do I find a mentor? Finding a mentor really starts with clarity. You need to understand, what do you want to learn? Where do you want to grow? You need to approach leaders you respect, and you simply ask them, would you be willing to share your insights with me? Listen, most people will say yes, because mentorship is it's as fulfilling for a mentor as it is for a mentee. And don't ever feel like this will not be the case, because as you grow, so will they. And that's really important to understand. Cultivation of a sponsor is perhaps a little more difficult. You don't just appear. Sponsors don't just appear. You really need to earn them. You need to show them by excellence and ambition. You need to look for opportunities to collaborate with senior leaders. You need to make your wins visible. That's very important. Don't be afraid to share your successes. You cannot be quietly working without marketing yourself. That's very important. And be clear about your career aspirations, because if you don't tell people where you're headed, they're not going to be in a position to guide you or to sponsor you. So please ensure that you market yourself, you make yourself visible, and you are very clear about where you want to go, and allow people to naturally manifest and support that. That is really important. What about the role of men in the world of women in finance? It is significantly critical. Men still hold the majority of leadership roles. Their sponsorship, their willingness to advocate for talented women is really critical for real change. Allyship is about action. It's not just about believing in equality. It's using your influence to make room for diverse voices. And that's why men are so critical, and they need to be very influential and instrumental in the space of mentorship as well as sponsorship. I cannot stress this more. I cannot stress this more. Let's pause on two quotes that encapsulate today's message that I have for you. And, two inspiring women I'm very inspired by, Indra Nooyi, who says very eloquently, mentorship helps you grow, but sponsorship helps you rise. So understand both and how integral both are for you and your career trajectory. And Sylvia Ann Hewlett aptly says, diversity without sponsorship is meaningless. These aren't just words. They're challenges to each of us. Who are you mentoring? Who are you sponsoring? And who is doing that for you? Please ask yourself these very, very critical and important questions. So if I just reflect what I've said, and I hope you do too, understand that mentorship builds your foundation, but sponsorship gives you wings. If you take just one thing away from this talk, let it be this. Don't just look for mentors. Seek sponsors who will champion your potential, and just as importantly, be that mentor and sponsor for someone else. As Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you want to see. in the world. I'm going to end there. Thank you very much to Mr. Musa for giving me the opportunity, and really wonderful to be here. And I wish you all the very, very best. Thank you. Mr. Musa, you're on mute.
Thank you very much for being the part of this conference today, and I wish you good luck.
Thank you so much.
With this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce you our great chartered accountant. He is internationally groomed in the Gulf and United Kingdom areas. He's going to talk about the staying ahead of the curve, a blueprint for future ready women CFOs. Please welcome Mustafa Khan. Hi, Mustafa. Thank you very much for joining today.
Thanks a lot, Brother Musa. I hope you're doing well, and thanks for inviting me to this wonderful event.
The pleasure is all mine, and mic is in your hand. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Many thanks. Just give me a second to just set up my presentation, please. Thank you.
Have you uploaded your presentation?
Yeah. Can you? Is my
I can see that. I can see that. You can make it large.
Yeah. Just give me a second, please. Is it fine now?
It didn't yet enlarge. Can you click it one more time?
Just a second. Is it working now?
Well, we can see if you can go ahead with that.
Yeah. It will be ideal if it's on a.
Yeah, you're right. But at least maybe you're sharing your screen. You should upload it. If you go in the present, there's an option for slides and PDF.
I believe I'll go this way. No worries. Yeah.
That's good. That's good. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So first of all, I'll thank you again, Brother Musa, for having me in this wonderful event. And as you can see, the topic of today's today's session is staying ahead of the curve, a blueprint for future-ready women CFOs. So when I was given the option to select any topic for today's session, I deliberately tried to choose something which is not technical and functional, because we, the CFOs, are always grappled with these kind of topics, and we can just go to Coursera and all those things to just update our knowledge. So I thought I'll just do something which is more experiential and more personalized to me. So what I decided to do was to share my experiences and personalized stuff from the last 20 years. And when I say the last 20 years, it was precisely 2005 when I became the CFO of my organization. So today I'll be sharing my post-CFO journey with you guys. And I believe the women CFOs and CFOs in general will have a few learnings from this particular discussion. So before I move forward, I would just give a glimpse of my journey of the last 20 years. So I became the CFO of my company at a relatively young age. I was around 30 at that point of time. I got the opportunity and I took it from both hands. Then I had the opportunity to just get into some cross-functional roles. I was given, and the circumstances came where I had the chance to head the supply chain function, the HR function, and that was really fulfilling. I'll just discuss that in detail later. And then I became the group CFO of the group I was working for. Then I changed my jobs, get into another job, a Dubai-based group. And over there, I was, for 3-4 years, I was the group CFO. And then I got a chance, and not a chance probably, I was given the option to become the country head for the organization. And of course, I took it. It was a no-brainer. And then in 2017, I just took the plunge. I was planning it for a long time, and I started my own consulting practice. And as of today, my consulting practice has grown in 4 countries. So we are based out of London, which is a headquarter where I'm based, and we have got offices in Dubai, in Saudi, and a back office in Pakistan. So it might seem pretty straightforward, but let me assure you that's not straightforward. It's been a roller coaster drive. There have been heartbreaks. There have been so many events. So what I'll do is that whatever has happened in the last 20 years, I've just assembled 4 key takeaways from that particular journey to present you today. So what I have termed these key 4 takeaways as the growth mindset. Now, there are 4 ingredients or 4 pointers in this growth mindset. 2 are as far as the mindset is concerned, and 2 are action oriented. So the first of all, what growth mindset is, that's the bigger question. I believe that the journeys which we all get into, at the end of the day, if we look back, the basic ingredient which takes us forward is this mindset and our attitude. So what I'll try to explain is what I have learned, that what a CFO mindset has to be once he's planning or she's planning her future and her career. So the first point is knowing yourself, which as per Greek mentions, know thyself. Well, as far as I'm concerned, this is the most underrated and most unappreciated part of the personal development and professional development. We all think that, okay, we know ourselves. For example, if I just enter a poll and I ask the audience that, okay, just let me know how many people think that they know themselves pretty decent. So I'm sure 80% of the people will say, yes, we do know ourselves pretty decently. And the research says the reverse is probably correct. More than 80% people don't know what they are good at. That is what was said by Peter Drucker, the famous academic. So as far as I was concerned, knowing myself was not a destination. It was a journey. And for you guys to, and specifically the women CFOs who have been grappling with the fact that they've got a work-life balance to manage, the most important issue is to know your strengths, your weaknesses, your passions, your blind spots, your motivations, and all that. And there has to be a conscious and deliberate effort through which you need to ensure that you need to know yourself in a better way. So what I'll do is I'll just share this. If you can look at it, there is a window which is being mentioned as Johari window model. I'll just explain it a bit, and because I believe that this has helped me in a much better way in terms of in the last 20 years. I believe I've the first 30 years of my life, if I compare it with the next 20, I've known myself much better because of this approach. So this is called a Johari window model. So it has got 4 quadrants. One is the open area. Open area is an area which is known to self and known to others. So we all know, for example, if someone asks, oh, who is Mustafa? So there are aspects of personality which are open to everyone, open to myself, open to others. And then the key thing is that there is a blind spot, which is known to others, but I'm not aware of that. And that is so true. And Peter Drucker says that just to expose your blind spot, you need to have a lot of feedback. And this has to be a conscious effort. You need to sit with your HR that, okay, just let me know what people think, what I'm good at, not what I think. And then there's a hidden area. Hidden area is something which is known to me and not known to others. So there are people who are secretive. They have got personality traits which they are not willing to show each other, and specifically the people outside. So that's the hidden area. So for people, for professionals, it is desirable that this hidden area has to be minimal. And then the most intriguing thing is this unknown. This unknown is an area which is our potential, which we have yet to unleash. Now that is where we have to do trial and error and do experimentation and do new things just to discover new aspects and new facets of our personality, which we never know we have. So I believe the kind of crux of this conversation is that it is the self-awareness which is the launch pad of your career planning, the way you are managing yourself, the way you want to grow yourself. So once that self-awareness as a foundation is in place, you can go to the next step. Now, the next step is, it seems simple enough. Oh, taking initiative, getting out of comfort zone. It seems like a cliche. But a conscious effort has to be made to just get out of the static mode and break the inertia. So let me just share a few things. What I've seen, and it was true to me, most of the CFOs, and that includes women CFOs too, when they attain and when they get to the CFO position, they think that they have reached the pinnacle, they have reached the crescendo of their career. And for me, that's the biggest problem which I see in the CFOs. In my view, it's just a stepping stone. And what I've seen is that my personal transformation and my professional transformation started and picked up. I went into the 4th gear when I just became a CFO. So I believe that once you are in that particular position, it is very important that you challenge yourself. You just, after knowing what your strengths are, what your passion is, you do things which you're not comfortable with. And I believe that is something that will take you to the next level. And a research says that ideally speaking, after 3 to 4 years, if you just look at your organization and you see that you are not growing, it is probably the right time to just switch the job. But most of the people, they are comfortable, the salary is good, the social standing is good, so they just keep on carrying on. So it is very important to just have a self-analysis and check what's the right time to move and just take the right initiative. I mentioned the word change your environment. When I say that, what I mean is, and that has helped me immensely, is finding people around you who are better than you and get into their company. That has to be a conscious effort. And I believe that is something that really helps. And then comes the last point, which is using outside interventions. Outside interventions, it's when you are just getting into a change mode. At times, you cannot take the decision by yourself. You need some outside help. I was just listening to Natasha a while back and the importance of mentorship, and I can't agree with her more. I believe everyone, specifically the women CFOs, need to have not one mentor, but a couple of mentors who are just guiding them on the next step of their career. And I was fortunate to have such mentors, and I just got a lot of benefit out of it. So that to me is the second mindset, that okay, I'll take the initiative. I'll do new things every day based upon what my personal preferences are. Now, based upon these two mindset foundations, now comes the action points. This is my favorite one: invest in yourself. I see people, and that is very generic. I know hundreds of CFOs who are either my friends or I know them. And one common point which I see is that they don't invest enough, and inverted commas, they don't invest enough in themselves. They do take CPDs and all that. But what Tom Peters says, and this is a book which I believe all of you must read, it states that all of us are brands, and we need to develop us like brands. We need to market us. We need to invest in ourselves in a way that people see the brand value more and more. So what Tom Peters says, that at least one salary a year we should invest in personal and professional development. So let me just share a very interesting anecdote from my professional life. So when I was a CFO, so I took a course. I can remember that it was Balanced Scorecard Certified Professional certification, and I paid for that from my own pocket. I believe I spent around $6,000 at that particular point of time. And when I just came back after the course, my chairman asked me, Mustafa, what was that course all about which you took? I told him that, look, what we are doing is we are taking the company strategy, we are aligning it to the company KPIs with the company objectives, and aligning all the workforce with it. And I just gave him a 15-20 minutes feedback on what I had learned. And you know, something interesting happened. In the next 3 to 4 months, I got an offer from him to be the country head of my organization. Now, I believe that it was not related to one course that I got this offer, but people are perceiving you. People are perceiving what you are learning. Of course, you are sharing what you are learning, and perception is everything. It doesn't matter how good you are. People need to know that how good you are. And the problem with us, the accountants, is people perceive us, oh, this is a finance guy. Oh, he's an accountant. So how can he know about the branding, about the ESG element and all that? And then you need not to only do the CPDs, you need to do certifications. You need to go outside the country, probably UK, US, do some month or 2 months courses. And that will change the perception of people around you. And probably it will be very, very helpful for your future trajectory. So that is one point that's my favorite. And specifically for women CFOs, I believe director training program is something which every woman CFO should undertake. If you look at around the world, there is a very big disproportionate shortage of women in board positions. So getting this director training program from a world-renowned organization, and if your organization is not willing to invest in it, invest for yourself. And let me assure you that it will take your career into an all different trajectory. Now comes the last point. Now that's the soft skills. Probably I can speak on that probably for half an hour, for an hour, because I believe that I've seen that one of the biggest reasons CFOs and specifically the finance professionals don't get to the next level is the soft skills. Most of us, we are from the professional bodies, and because of the fact that we have not been through the university level education and all that, so our presentation skills is something which is not as good as probably other professionals. And there are very few educations, there are very few degrees, certification which are focused towards soft skills. And that is where we need to just focus more and more to just break our trajectory and go and stay ahead of the curve. Leadership is something which is entrenched into soft skills. That's what I've found. So what I did back in 2010, I joined Toastmasters. I've been a part of Toastmasters ever since. And I've seen that Toastmasters is one institution where you can develop and significantly develop your leadership skills, your public speaking skills. And what I've seen is that once you come to the podium, you are doing public speaking, people perceive you as a leader. And I've been using the word perceive a lot, and that's intentional. Because in life, it's not who you are, it's how you present yourself and what people think you are. And I believe I was immensely, in terms of benefits, innumerable. That's the key word. So I would suggest people who believe their public speaking skills need some harnessing, they need to join Toastmasters. Then what I would suggest specifically the women CFO is try to become conference speakers, podcast panelists. And I believe relationship PR is very important. So that really helps in developing that persona which people look at you. Joining mentoring juniors, as you are being mentored, you should be mentoring juniors. It's something which really helps in developing the core of your personality. Then strategically building thought leadership, that is something which is fundamental and pivotal too. And LinkedIn is a main instrument for that. I believe writing articles and being someone who is well known within the social media sphere is very important. Active networking, it is very, very important. In a sense that probably, let me share a very interesting anecdote. So me and Mr. Musa, we were not known to each other probably 2 months back. And here we are face to face. So we met at a networking event and here we are friends and co-workers. So that is something you need to consciously work on. And then comes the training and coaching. I believe when you identify your passion, not only you need to just have that knowledge inside you, but you should try to become a trainer for that. So for example, my passion has been the startup ecosystem advisory, and I've been holding sessions in different countries for on entrepreneurship, on startup ecosystem and all that. So as far as I'm concerned, that has been, I believe I've just taken a bit of more time than I was scheduled, but I can probably talk on and on, but I just wanted to give you a glimpse that for women CFOs specifically, your career path is kind of in correlation with your mindset, and not only mindset. The two action points which I've mentioned: number one, invest in yourself, and number two, work on your soft skills. And have a mentor for that who can push you, because changing yourself is probably one of the most difficult things. So that with that, I'll just conclude my small presentation. I've mentioned my contact. If someone wants to have contact with me, I'm always available, always willing to extend advice. And so thanks again, Brother Musa, for having me and inviting me to this wonderful session. And let's stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mustafa, for joining us today. And with this, we will It's a very dynamic lady. She is already working with ICAP for the Women Committee, and she is a fellow chartered accountant with 15 years of experience heading the finance in pure IT infrastructure. Please welcome Sadia Shakur. Hi, Sadia. Thank you very much for
How are you? Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm very excited to talk with the forum, and I look forward to this session.
That's great. So, Mike
I'm
is
just
in
going
your
to share my
hands.
screen, just if you can confirm me if my presentation is visible.
Sure, please. Yeah, so your keynote key takeaways I can see.
Yeah.
And
Is
here
it
you go.
visible? Okay, all right. Thank you so much. So, hello everyone. I'm Sadia Shakur. As Musa have already introduced, that I have over 15 years of working experience. Currently, I'm working in a IT company as a head of finance under the Pure Health Group. I'm very excited to talk today about how CFO more than ever are changing the landscape of the enterprise value through technology. So the topic, as you can see, is about unlocking value through the intersection of finance, data, and technology. If we look at the CFO role is ever evolving. From the cost controlling and compliances, now we have moved to digital transformation partner. Rather than focusing just on the OPEX and CAPEX, we are actually driving to the value of data, platforms, and innovations. If we look at one of the studies by McKinsey, it says that 88% of the CFOs say that they are more than involved in digital transformation initiatives than they were 5 years ago. So our role as a financial stewardship that has evolved to a digital strategist, and we are more than keen on driving the value from data, platform, and innovation. While we look at the data part of it, we have to lead as a chief value officer of data, where we are actually aligning the IT investment ROIs overall, but we have to actually sync that with the business strategies. As per Gartner, 70% of the CFOs now they co-own the data strategy. So they are just not only the requirement or the responsibility of the chief information officers, but the CFOs are very actively involved. And why not so? Because our data, which is a critical part of the information being used by the decision making or the strategy decision of the entity, play a very vital role. And this is not something which is just only actually helping from the information perspective, but this is also helping to drive the bottom line, in which obviously the CFO has to play the vital role. As per the Boston Group of companies, it says that 30% of EBITDA growth is visible in the entities which have advanced financial analytics capabilities. So this is not something which is just only helping the organization strategy, but this is also something which is actually helping us to improve the bottom line for which we are the prime custodians. So as overall, we have been saying that we are not techies, but tech has evolved and it is no longer just a cost center. It is something which has basically become an enabler. We have been using tech very specifically for ERP for a few years now, but with the evolution of AI and now RPA bots and all of those things, we can actually look at overall things and how they are actually involving or benefiting the organization overall. We just don't only have to approve the spend, but we have to look at the overall ROI and what benefits or impacts it is driving. We have to look at the efficiencies, and we as the custodian of the books or the custodian of the strategy and the overall direction, being at the helm of the financial operations of the entity, we have to look at what of all these technologies or the things are driving. So it's not that we can just work in our silos. What I really want to emphasize today is that we cannot like just be in our finance silo, but we have to look at all of these technical things or the technology and how that is evolving and how actually that can help us to improve further things. If we take an example of AI, or we look at the very small or basic things like the Python things and all of those, they are actually really changing the landscape of the data overall. And also from the finance perspective, we can invest in those things which can help us to bring efficiencies, not from the theoretical bit, but at the bottom line as well. And we can actually look at the optimization of the working capital and things like that, where all of these tech solutions can be involved. So this is no longer just like a cost center, but it also have like an ROI attached to it. When we talk about the technology, usually this is where we have an opportunity. Me being a CFO, I look at it as an opportunity because this is where we can shine. We can lead the digital finance transformation, and we can actually look at the transformation from the perspective of finance as well. We can actually look at how we can automate, streamline, and empower. We can automate the functions which can actually bring down the closing timelines, which can bring from like 10 or 12 days in the past. We can optimize them to actually be at 2 or 3 days. We can empower with more data available, and which can help not only finance, but will also help the organization overall. And we can empower the decision makers with the right set of information which will be available. As per Deloitte, as per a recent studies, the digitally mature finance teams, they are 2 times more efficient and 3 times more responsive to the business needs. Because when you understand the data, or you have proper digital tools available which help you to understand the data, you can correlate. You can define the marketing strategy where you have the proper insights of the data available. If you know which market segment is responding to which of the marketing investment, and that data is readily available, then maybe you can optimize your marketing spend. Similarly, you can optimize your working capital if you know which of the payables or the receivables you have to optimize, and what data is driving from which of your clients, which can actually help you. So it's not that the data is just at the back end, it has actually come at the front end, and it helps us to empower for making the decisions and how we can actually drive the transformation of the organization overall. So this is actually an opportunity. We have to just not be the numbers people, but we have to be tech savvy as well, where we can automate our own function and can lead from the front for the organization transformation in these times. When obviously finance has to lead this function, and finance have to play their role, but finance separately cannot do it. We have to build a culture where finance and IT have a very, very strong collaboration, and they work together. We have to break the silos and enable cross-functional wins. The CFO and the CIO, they have to work together. We need to be jointly steering the working committees for the IT partnership within the organization. There has to be joint KPIs, and finance cannot like really just be out of it. They have to co-own the KPIs with the CIO so that they can jointly push the organization towards the ultimate strategic objective or the goals they are trying to achieve. As per an EI survey, 72% of the CFOs believe closer collaboration with the CIO is critical to digital success, because definitely digitalization needs data, and financial data is something which can actually help them to push it forward and lead it from the front. While on the topic of the data and everything, finance has been like the prime target of cyber attacks. As per IBM studies, average cost per breach in finance sector is $5.9 million. So this is not like a small amount of money. And basically, when the cyber attacks happen, it's not only the cost of the attack, but also the downtime, which makes it very expensive. So from the cyber security perspective, tech and cyber security, we have to be very much tech savvy or cyber security I would say we have to build our literacy around that, and we have to study that, because obviously this is not something which is just theoretical. This is not something which was in the past just a back office discussion. Cyber risk as of now is very real, and finance being the key, I would say, victim of that. So we have to evaluate the cyber threats. But I would just like from the perspective, as I'm working in an IT company as well. So what I can just advise my fellow members over here is that we have to be very, very vigilant about evaluating the cyber threats, and we have to take them very seriously. Because most of the times they also come from outside, but from the inside as well, where our own structures are compromised. And if we do not take it very seriously, then obviously we will be very much vulnerable. We have to lead the financial scenario modeling for the ransomware or the IT outages. It should not be just theoretical, but being a finance expert, we have to work with the IT partners to actually evaluate the scenarios where we can not only build the resilience of the organization, but also the recovery. Because most of these cyber risk areas, when we encounter such problems or such issues, it's not that there would be like some problems with data outages only. There would be like downtimes, which would mean like denial of the services and all of those things, and being the custodian of the business continuity as well. So obviously we have to like look at these simulation. We have to work very closely with technical teams to see that how much resilient we are and how we can actually bounce back. We have to make investment in SIEM, SOAR, and all of those structures where it's not only the firewalls, but like the more recent technology investments, and also see it from the perspective of ROI. And when we see ROI for the cybersecurity related investments, so we have to ask the real questions: that is the worth of these investments is making sense from the perspective of the threat or the recovery perspective. And those simulations, when we do, we have to be very much in hand with our technical teams. Because when we talk about the cybersecurity, it also have like some compliance and regulation related issues. So the data privacy and the data protection laws are triggered whenever there are pilferages of data. And as per a recent study, most of like the financial institution and the healthcare sector, they have 80% more chances of being under cyber attacks. And as long as the data pilferages happen, obviously there is an involvement of like overall legal impact. There are big fines and penalties also involved. So ensuring compliance is also one of the key areas where we should be like very much focusing on. And as I mentioned earlier as well, that the business continuity is the part. So obviously the denial of the services when you are not able to access your systems, that will be like the downtime, and the cost of downtimes are also very high, and that makes overall the situation not very likable. So being at the lead, being at the helm of the operations and just leading it from the front, so we have to use tech for actually helping us to manage the cyber risk. And cyber risk as of now should also be like part of your ERP, so that you do your I would say like your enterprise risk. It should be part of that, and there should be like a proper evaluation at the board level, so that you have specific KPIs from that perspective as well. So if I talk about the key takeaways, like which I call as a CFO playbook, so we have to just not only lead the enterprise data agenda, we have to quantify the ROI of the investments and digitalize internally. We have to take cyber resilience very seriously, and we have to build a very strong partnership between CFO and CIO, because only then, when we have this end-to-end integration, then only we can lead it, and we can actually develop ourselves from the perspective of what is required as a new things. So yes, the times are changing, but our influence has never been more critical and more extensive. So let's embrace that challenge. And I will just leave you with the thought that we don't only have to control the books, but we have to, being the CFOs and female CFOs, we have to write the next chapter of enterprise value. So thank you, everyone. I leave you with this thought and open for any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much for this lovely presentation, and I'm looking forward to have you in any other conference.
Thank you so much, Musa. Bye-bye.
Thank you much. With this, we are moving towards the next speaker of the day. She is a group CFO working for a company in Merit Incentives. It's a leading global engagement technology company headquartered in Middle East. Please welcome Raja Khodir.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. Hello, Musa.
Good
It's
morning.
really a
Thank you very
pleasure.
much for joining. Likewise, pleasure is all mine. And mic is in your hand. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Musa. It's really a true pleasure to be part of this inspiring platform that celebrates actually women finance leaders in the Middle East. Just a small introduction about myself. My name is Raja Khodir, and I'm currently the Group CFO of Merit Incentive, which is a fast-growing engagement technology company operating across multiple markets. Before this role, I served as the Chief Investment Officer and the Chief Financial Officer of Resen. And I led their IPO, and it was the first fintech company to be listed in the main market in Tadawul, I would say in Saudi Arabia. And I had several roles where I had helped companies grow, scale, and more importantly, become IPO ready. Over the past decade, I've been fortunate to lead the financial transformation, investor engagement, and capital market strategy across the fintech, technology, and even in health sectors. Today, I want to walk you through 3 key themes that are, I think, very essential, that shaped at least my journey. And I believe they are essential for any CFO, especially women who are helping their organization prepare for the public markets. I'll present my screen, if you allow me a few minutes just to present my screen. Okay. This is it. Hopefully you can see. So going into the IPO readiness. The first one item I want to talk about is the IPO readiness. As you are aware, IPO readiness is not about, when they think of IPO, they think of a picture like, okay, about numbers, about revenue, EBITDA, valuation multiples. But this is the truth. Investors usually invest in predictability and not just performance. What do I mean by that? When we are taking that, this means that they are asking, can I trust your numbers quarter after quarter? Is your reporting reliable? Can your leadership team handle scrutiny? You have to believe it. Scrutiny is really painful for all finance leaders and all the finance team, because you will be faced with all these investors, with all board members who will be verifying and scrutinizing every number you will be showing. And this is where the role of a CFO becomes really pivotal. You are not just the steward of financials. I have heard my other members, and thanks to their insights, that they're saying we are not just a steward of financials. We are actually the signal of confidence. So you are the face of discipline, transparency and accountability. So when an investor looking in a company that has to go into the capital markets, they really need to trust that the guardian of the numbers or the steward of the numbers is really credible and accountable. So in an IPO, in one of the IPO, I will give you just one from my personal examples or my personal experiences. When I led one of my projects, who gave investors real comfort was not the revenue growth. We were a very exponential growth. It was not that. Actually, what gave them confidence is that we had 3 years of clean records, clean audit records. We had a very consistent policies. We follow our policies and procedure really well. And we have a well-documented financial model, meaning that why I mentioned financial model and expectations, because when we go public, it's very important to build the investors' confidence. In other words, when you are giving these projections and these targeted, that you don't overpromise and underachieve. It's very important that when you are providing the insights on your projections with all the investment research and research analysts who are following your company, they will know what to expect. So this will help each and every investor, whether he is an institutional investor or an individual investor, to know that this company is credible and these finance teams are giving them the right insights. And I would say, luckily, I would say that women CFO often excel here. We are very detail-oriented. We are cautious, but yet strategic, and often more rigorous in ensuring the story aligns with the numbers. I think this is a competitive advantage, and this is something, it is innate and something we do every day. So the second thing that I want to talk about is how we build the governance framework. It is because it's very critical in IPO readiness, because we have to start early on that. We always do what we usually do is that we wait to go for public to follow up the governance. I would say you need to act as a public company or as a listed company before going listed. This is important for one main risk, because we really need to, the investors, what they will look at clear internal controls. You have the right internal controls within your organization. You have strong audit committee, because as you are aware, the audit committee is very key in supervising the CFO role, the financial health of the company, and at the same time they report to the board, who will take their credibility into account. So it's very important that we have a very strong audit committee. We really need to have clean cap tables, clear cap tables. All investors are aware of their shares. Everything is intact. Everything is very transparent. At the same time, we need to have a defined delegation of authority. The DOA is something also we really need to emphasize, because with the proper delegation of authority, all the decision making are streamlined. Every person knows what he is expecting and what he's supposed to do. So, and at the same time, a credible board. It's very important that we have a very, I would say, diverse board. The board of directors is very essential for any public company, because this will increase the investors' trust in the company, and especially that it has to be proper independent. We have independent parties in that, as per the regulation of each and every country that we operate in. So we really need to have and emphasize a very strong board. And I would say having a diverse board and having independent parties in that, it will help align, and it will help challenge all the stakeholders and all the C-levels in the company to do better and to perform better, especially if we have proper KPIs, proper OKRs, and proper targets that each and every one should be aware of and should be following and should be evaluated on a regular on a regular basis. So governance and compliance is two things are very important that we need to build early before going to the IPO. One more thing is that we are not only like we drive just growth. I would say we drive growth, not only compliance. What do you mean by growth? And I would say that we really need to align with the strategic goals, whether at the level of the country, like for example, we operate mainly in KSA, we really need to align on the KSA Vision 2030, where we know that like for example in fintech, because I'm an expert in fintech, we know the vision that for Vision 2030, we know the digitalization that's happening, we know the surge of all the AI, all the fintech startups. So we really need to align our strategic goals with the country that we are operating in. One more thing, we really need to have a sector diversification. As CFOs, we really need to think of risk. We really need to be risk aware, and it has to be calculated risk. So we have to have the right sector diversification. For example, when I used to be the CIO, we have really made sure, I would say, or ensured that we had a proper allocation of risk among different sectors. It could be a horizontal alignment, it could be a vertical within the value chain. So it's very important that we diversify. The second thing is that we really need to prepare our company for scale, meaning in terms of people, because sometimes when a company wants to go into IPO, they don't have the right human capital, because someone who is good at a startup or a private company might not be able or having the right skills to go public, meaning in terms of mindset, in terms of thinking strategy. So it's very important that we build the right human capital. And I would say people is really, it is the main capital that any company that should focus on. The second thing is the processes. The scalability requires to have the right processes in place. We really need to have automation. As our previous CFO also, she was mentioning that we really need to have digitalization of our finance structure. We really need to have to work really well with the CIOs or the CTOs of the company to automate our system. So we really need to go into the next step of processes. And at the same time, the systems, the ERP, all the enablers, whether it is Power BI, whether it is any ERP or any data resources that will support us in our decision making. And I would say CFOs is not, as I mentioned, CFO are not just drive growth, and they are not just compliance, they really drive growth, and investors would buy into this. So moving to the third point, which is at least this is the title of this platform, is why we need more women CFO on this journey. I would say that companies with diverse leadership outperform. This is something we have seen it, and investors know it, and this market's rewarded. When we say market's rewarded, meaning you will see it in your value creation when they can see that we have a diverse executive team, we have diverse mindsets. So it is very important that we have this diversity. And yet, as we can see in the Middle East, women CFO are still underrepresented. And this is also Mustafa Khan, our colleague, was mentioning that really the women CFO are underrepresented. And that's changing slowly, but we need to accelerate it. I'm just telling you from my experience, I was the first CFO to lead the first fintech in the main market in Tadawul in Saudi Arabia. So this is changing. Now I'm leading another company and another company. So I can see that this is being changed, but we really need to work on accelerating. And I would say, I believe women CFO bring more than the financial rigor. We build high trust environments with teams and stakeholders. We have this EQ, not necessarily the IQ, because so many people have the IQ, but few people have the EQ. And I think we really need this emotional intelligence to investor relations, because it's very key that the investors, they trust you. Even when you go into the roadshows, when you do to all this, early lookup presentations and all this value creations with the investors, it's very important that you understand the other people, you know what they are looking for, and you use it really smartly in any diversion of strategy or any implementation of your plans. The third thing I would say, we are often more risk aware. Excuse me, guys on the platform, but we are more risk aware, which leads to sustainable decision making. We could sense that there is risk, and given that we are detailed oriented, but we are very risk aware, but still we are strategic. As I wanted to mention that, given my experience in IPO led companies, I would say with the high pressure IPO situations, the roadshows, board discussions, in the audits, this balanced leadership style makes a difference, and I've experienced it firsthand. We used to have a lot of tough discussions with the board members. We used to have tough discussions with the audits, trying to make sure that the audit is as per the international standards, as per the the latest, I would say, that reflects fairly and present fairly our financial numbers and figures. So we always have these gray areas that we really need to align, whether with the board members, whether with the auditors, whether with the investors who will scrutinize, as I mentioned, every number. So it's very important that we had this, soft skills, and this is where women really excel in, that they are more, I would say, soft, although they might be aggressive sometimes, but we are soft, and we use our EQ to I would say, to make this discussions reach to an end, and a successful end, and it will make a big difference. And as we can see that more sectors, whether in tech, fintech, and health, especially I would say in KSA or in UAE, we can see a lot of tech companies, a lot of health companies. They are dominating the IPO pipeline in the region. There is a space for a new leadership profile. We can see that this is the new leadership profile. I can summarize it in 3 words. They should be strategic, they should be allies, agile, and they should be diverse. So yes, it's important that we have women and men in leadership positions, that they will work together. What is missing in one person would be found in another, so we complete each other. And I think this is very important. So whoever is listening to this platform, I would say, don't wait for the permission. Don't wait for permission. Step into the room and lead the strategy and shape the story. I will this is as a I'll leave you with this note. The journey to IPO is not just a financial one. It's a really cultural and leadership transformation. It is something in the mindset. You really need to think as a listed company before going into this journey. You really need to work on different level. As I mentioned, you have to work on the people level, you have to work on the processes, you have to work on the systems that you have, and you really need to be close to the investors as much as the board, and make sure that you are reflecting resilience, you are reflecting credibility and professionalism. As a CFO, we guide companies to become more transparent, more investor ready, and more scalable. As women CFO, we bring authenticity, resilience, and a unique perspective that the market desperately need. And whether you are in the C-suite or on your way there, know that your voice, your vision, and your values have a role to play in shaping the future of capital markets in the Middle East. I would say, Women CFO, let's keep breaking barriers, not just for ourselves, but for the generation coming next. Was really a pleasure that I joined this platform and to have you all listening to my small note.
That's a lovely presentation. Honestly, there's a great value. I got IPOs, and we also have another separate show called CFO shows, and I would love to invite you in that and give more insight about these technical skills that you have. And
Thank you.
but for time being, I want to thank you for joining us today, and it was an honor to have you on the board. And the Voice of Global Women is for women, and to encourage women, to empower them, give them a platform so they can speak up to the larger audience. We have around 5,000 women member, including financial women, and obviously as a reach, your message reach to the masses in all over the world. Um, so that was just for an information. I want to thank you for joining and have a
Thank
good.
you. Thank you. Thank you. It is my pleasure and looking forward for more CFOs, women CFO leading the future of finance in Middle East and all over the world. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our program today. You saw that the lovely woman who is leading the financial divisions, they are so capable, they are so detailed, and they are so much articulated in their work that is exemplary for the upcoming youth. All the female listening out there, Voice of Global Women is actually your voice. The purpose to make it is just to make sure that you will get an access to the free resource. You get qualified people next to you. You listen to them regularly, and then same time you get opportunities to be an entrepreneur. Berkeley Voice of Global Women has free consultancy for all those women who really wants to do business and want to be their own boss. And same time, we always try to help women to find opportunities as a job in the market. So our projects like online schooling for women, for the kids, for children, and the health center for women and children health is really state of art, and it requires your support and your contributions all the time. So with this message that wherever you are, whatever you do, always take care of people and try to impact the society with your positive energies. We will be meeting us again in the next show. Till then, take care of yourself. Goodbye.